the surface and still gives us good enough multiple times with kids that we're helping. It's a pain in the rear end. We don't have a reason for it or a great just a way to fix it all the time. And so try not to punish a young folk with that, because that's pretty well out of her control and power. But ultimately, that pig needs to be sharper and come with more up high. We need to trim him up in terms of just in natural shape on the top shot of this one's skeleton in terms of spread and dimension. But ultimately, we need more bone. We need more width going away. Buddy my nails, and this one here looks more like she could be an. This bird looks like it could be nails, and this one here looks more like she could be an. This bird looks like it could be an awesome top, a big 300 and some pound plus breeding gilt. Especially at a Midwest NJSA type show. Ultimately, for this young lady, this is a market hog show in a Barrow. Love this thing's silhouette. Love this thing's build from the side. We need more skull. We need more mature width and mentioned all the way throughout. Really, really nice class to get started. Awesome way to start today. Give these kids a big round of applause.
Your results: Class 1 Duroc. First place goes to 103, Eric Wagner, Caney Creek, FFA. Second goes to 104, Bo Kelly, Splendora, FFA. Third goes to 105, Brooklyn Kelly, New Caney Jr., FFA. Fourth goes to 101, Joseph Melton, Champion 4-H. And fifth goes to 102, Finley Rhodes, College Park Jr., FFA. We'll now move to Class 2 Duroc. Class 2, Exhibitor 106, McKenna Lemons, Grand Oaks, FFA. 107, Adeline Overall, Splendora, FFA. 108, Hunter King, Grand Oaks, FFA. 109, Lua Green, College Park, FFA. 110, Allie Kilgore, Lake Creek, FFA. 111, Tanner Lucius, Willis, FFA. 112, Isabel Bryson, Magnolia, 4-H. Class 3, Duroc. There's only 3 exhibitors, 113, 114, and 115. Move to the holding area. Class 3, Duroc. Move to the holding area.
Well, certainly an interesting class two to kind of sort and evaluate and put together. We've got a couple good built, good skeleton hogs that maybe we could have a shot more muscle, and then we got a pair that got a shot more muscle. We'd like to change some things skeletally, and so for me, stick to priorities, stick to what we like. I love the skeleton and the density and just the texture this thing presents in terms of body texture, in terms of skin and hair texture. His hip and hind leg is absolutely bulletproof. I love his silhouette. We want to get off to the side. It gives us an exotic look up front. As you can see, he's high-headed and a sharp look. You know, he disappoints me just a little bit when we get on top of him. I'd love to have a shot more muscle and dimension and raw shape in the backside of this guy, especially when we work right behind his shoulder blade there on back to the top edge of him. But, man, that thing's look, build, silhouette, he's pretty bulletproof from that standpoint. Here's a pig that's kind of just slowly worked his way up in this class. He didn't do just a whole lot right, but he really didn't do anything wrong in terms of basics and build and proportionality and correctness. Yeah, everything fits at the surface. He's square. He's functional. He gives us a good look off to the side. He's maybe even got a shot more rolled up shape up high than our class winner. He's not as dense. He's not as rugged. And he's not as tough built. But I thought from a skeletal correctness standpoint, a comfortability standpoint, he was better than the hogs we get in 3 and 4. Hey, but he's another one. I would like to pull him apart, give him a shot more punch, and maybe just a little more exotic look of extras. But, man, you got to appreciate all the right that he does when he brings to the table. No doubt, especially coming through the sit pen. The big-chested, rolled-up back one comes out in third. This thing's got as much spread and dimension up high as certainly anything we've seen so far, and I'd argue we may not see another one today that's got that kind of spread out of his blade and just raw edge shape up high. Problem is when we pull off to the side, he gets too straight and perpendicular out of the front side of his shoulder, and then he gets shorter out of his rump and hip and gets a little steeper out of his step. I just need to correct him from a skeletal standpoint, but, man, I really prefer his width and spread and power. If we could add a little bit of that muscle and spread to the skeleton we got on the top two, we'd have a horse that we could run with the ways. But you appreciate the good he brings to the table. But for me today in this setting, I've just got to change some things skeletally, the way he's put together, and his comfortability off either end of his skeleton. Young lady's doing a nice job that's got some exciting pieces to him nonetheless. Here comes another one that I like his proportionality. His height to build and length ratio is set on ideal. He's an elevated type of hog. He gets a little older in his skull and his cheek for me, a little mature in the way he looks there. And ultimately, I get in behind him. He's the most base camp narrow and going away as we track away from him. I need to spread him at the top side of his top side of his rump there in terms of the way he spreads up high and then carries that narrowness down to the base. Still like his front 2/3 until his look and his build. Another one. Just not as pulled apart and stout going away from us, and it's not as dense and heavy duty as a couple of those up ahead of him, but there's still lots of quality, especially on the front 2/3 of him as well. Get into another one here where we got to just rock this thing shoulder blade back into it if we could. He gets a little forward in his shoulder and just throws his build off to the side. He gets a little lower fronted, but from there, as the one right in front of it, front 2/3 are real good. Like the rear 1/3 of this one in terms of length of step, reach and stride. Another one just could come with a little more raw muscle shape, but I thought he was as comfortable and well built as those ones in behind him. We just need to fix him in that one area in terms of ways to run up front and maybe give him a little more spread from that standpoint. Really like his hip and hind leg and his ability to get out and roll and move from there. Hog that comes out next just gets a little steeper out of his rump, a little more rigid in his movement from there. I like his density and just texture that he's got from that standpoint. Like to freshen him up just up front just a little bit as well. Like his proportionality. I just got to make him better out of his rear too as he goes. And we round out a little bigger barrel that just planes out just too much for me. Another one. Good basic foundation, meat and potatoes in terms of skeleton, kind of a feeding forward type of hog. We just need more muscle. We need more power and stoutness throughout. Good class, interesting class. Congratulations to those kids.
Results, Class 2 Duroc. First place goes to 111, Tanner Lucius Willis, FFA. Second goes to 108, Hunter King, Grand Oaks, FFA. Third was 107, Adeline Overall, Splendora, FFA. Fourth was 112, Isabel Bryson, Magnolia, 4H. Fifth was 109, Louis Green, College Park, FFA. Sixth was 110, Allie Kilgore, Lake Creek, FFA. Seventh was 106, McKenna Lemons, Grand Oaks, FFA. This is Class 3 Duroc. Exhibit number 113, Macy Slot, champion 4H. 114, Andrew Reed Wassel, Magnolia West FFA. 115, Reese Simmons, Lake Creek FFA. After the placing of this class, we will come back and get our breed champion and reserve, and then we'll place for our sale order. We'll have 3 guaranteed slots in the sale for this breed, and we'll pick 3 alternates.
Interesting top pair on here that are really polar opposite in terms of type and kind. You know, our class owner ends up being our power hog, and our hog in 2, ends up being our hog that's our pretty and good built, good made one. And you know, a couple classes maybe we took hogs that had a good skeleton and gave up a little bit in terms of muscle, but those hogs that behind them skeleton wasn't good enough. Here comes a muscle hog that's got spread, width, and dimension, and you know he's right there on the borderline for some maybe. Is he a little quick in his type and what he is, and you think, hey, how's he going to be out of his step? And this thing's a man coming at you. He's beastly when you get on top of him, then going away. He still covers the ring and surface with some comfort and flexibility. Sure, I'd lengthen his hip just a skosh and maybe sharpen him just a bit. I love to put the skin and hair texture and coat and color of the 1 and 2 on him. But you start talking a market hog show and meat and potatoes and just the spread and width and dimension. That thing's big armed. He's big backed. He's got a huge blade working into him, and he can use it, and he can go with it, and he can sustain a job. A lot of neat stuff laid into that one to win this particular class. Man, this one comes out, and I'm just enamored and drawn back by the skin and hair and the fit job and go on this one. My hat's off to the young lady and her crew, whoever's helping her, and getting this thing tanned up. And this skin and hair texture is dead on, especially for a Duroc hog. That dark maroon, and it just draws you to it. And so that's why maybe it makes this even closer, because I love how just fresh he is and youthful he is in terms of the front side of his head and neck hairs. But you ask, hey, is he stout enough in his mug? Is he bold enough in his blade? And ultimately, is he big enough in his chest when he comes right at you? He's got a massive big tail root. He's got an awesome big hip and hind leg that functions, but he gives up just too much in this setting for me in terms of spread out of the top side of his blade. Ultimately, that chest coming right at you. I love the way he covers the surface. I love his presentation. Young lady's done an awesome job with him. If we could just give him a shot more coming right at us, a shot more muscle up high, man, that gets real interesting on the top pair. Like I said, they're a little different, and he may get somebody out here who wants to swap, but that's just what I'm seeing when we're here on the inside of the ring. And we get a hog that comes out in 3. Way tall-shouldered, freaky neck type hog. We need more groceries and just allow this thing to balance out and go and just cover the ring with a bit more surface. But very good top pair. Congratulations to those kids.
Results, Class 3 Duroc. First place goes to 114, Andrew Reed, Wazzle, Magnolia West, FFA. Second goes to 115, Reese Simmons, Lake Creek, FFA. And third goes to 113, Macy Slot, Champion 4-H. With that, out of Class 1 Duroc, I need Exhibitor 103, Eric Wagnon. Out of Class 2, 111, Tanner Lucius. And out of Class 3, 114, Andrew Reed Wazzle. Back in for selection of the champion, Duroc. Also, I need the second place to be in the holding area. 104, Bo Kelly out of Class 1. Out of Class 2, 108, Hunter King. And out of Class 3, Reese Simmons.
Well, if you all would, put your hands together for these 3 young gentlemen out here. Certainly the top end of the Duroc show has been exciting and good, and anytime you get into these breed hogs, you'll get a little differences in sort and types and kinds and all that, but super excited about the 3 class winners that we have out here and trying to set the tone for the day in terms of looking for hogs that combine skeletal correctness, but hey, still a market hog show, we're still in Texas, they got to have some extras and they got to man up a bit in some areas, get these 3 back out here, and I still think to come back to one that just kind of really overwhelms. His skull shape, his arm, his chest, that thing is rectangular in his build on the top side and bottom side of his skeleton, and just mans up and outpowers the rest, and can still motor and go and roll with the young man in the pink shirt on the far side. He's going to be your champion. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Have a good job. Good job.
Champion goes to 114, Andrew Reed Wassel, Magnolia West FFA. I need 115, Reese Simmons into the arena. 113, Macy Slot back to a holding area.
We get back out here for reserve, it certainly gets close. These three are very, very similar in terms of type and kind and the way they all come back out in terms of their skeletons and their silhouettes. And, some vary in terms of maybe where they're at in terms of a muscle composition standpoint. There's one I absolutely love, his skeleton build and just his texture and everything it brings, but certainly doesn't just have enough muscle at the top side of his skeleton to get in the mix. There's another that's got a little more spread, like our champion in terms of shape and muscle, not as dense and powerful. We get out here to sustain the job, gets maybe a little more rigid off either end of his skeleton in terms of just being a shot straighter up front. And then there's another that just, huge hind leg, big tail rooted, awesome silhouette and build from the side. Does he man up as much as our champion in terms of just chest and spread up high? Probably not. That's where that pair got close in terms of separation. But I don't know if he can draw one up about any better in terms of look, in terms of youthfulness and freshness. Absolutely love this thing's hip and hind leg. We'll take him just with a shot more coming and a shot more up high to run with our champion. I like him second best, though. Young lady in the orange is going to be reserved. Congratulations. We got to pick six. This is the last time I'll talk in this. Close. I guess you got to bring your third from that class out. Okay.
Your reserve breed champion goes to 115, Reese Simmons, Lake Creek FFA. I need 113, Macy Slot into the arena. First call, Class 1, OPB, move towards the holding area. First call, Class 1, OPB, come to the holding area. Macy Slot, Exhibitor 113. Need you into the arena. Should be 108. Should be 108 and 104. Yeah, they're back there with that girl. Somebody from Champion 4H. Do y'all know where Macy Slot?
and I'll just talk this third because I thought this third pair was real close and a good pair of them. And there's one I'm enamored with. I'd love to have this thing on feed the last 30 days and turn them loose on some sauce and see what we can make of them because the skeleton's so good. And maybe you did, and this is all we could get out of him. If this thing just simply needs a shot more, just muscle and extra up high. But his silhouette, his build, his skeleton, his texture is so good. Young man here in front of me will be third. Congratulations.
I need 108, Hunter King back into the arena. 107, Adeline Overall to the holding area. Third Duroc in the cell goes to 111, Tanner Lucius Willis, FFA. Next selection will be for first alternate. We will select 3 alternates. The 104, Bo Kelly into the arena. First alternate went to 103, Eric Wagnon, Caney Creek, FFA.
Yes, sir.
105, Brooklyn Kelly, come to the holding area. I need 105, Brooklyn Kelly into the arena. Second alternate just went to 104, Bo Kelly, Splendora, FFA. .105 into the arena. All remaining Durocs in the holding area are released back to the barn. OPB. I'm told in Class 1, we're looking for Exhibitor 118, Trace Edwards, College Park Junior FFA. Need to be in the holding area. Exhibitor 108, Hunter King, Grand Oaks, FFA. That was alternate 3 out of the Duroc division. And that concludes the Duroc division of today's show. We'll now move into the OPB show. Class 1, OPB. Looking for Exhibitor 116 through 119. Exhibitor 116, Mallory Mosley, Montgomery, FFA. 117, Peyton Bruce, New Caney, FFA. 118, Trace Edwards, College Park Junior, FFA. And 119, Sydney Lunkwitz, Oak Ridge Junior, FFA. Class 2 OPB, Exhibitor 120 through 123, move to the holding area. Class 2 OPB, Exhibitor 120 through 123, move to the holding area.
Good class of these white ones in the spot period as well. And I thought logical play, especially kind of coming through the original sword on in this particular class and drive. This hawk elevates and really just truly runs uphill in terms of his look and build off to the side. I think to be that tall shoulder, his shoulder angulation sits in him just right, and he's dead level backed and he's got shape and muscularity. I think his chest and the strength of his front foot excels the hog that goes in toe. I prefer his skull shape and just jawline, cleanliness and freshness. He's got a big upper pin set. Does he look like he can stand a 20, 30-minute drive at San Antonio? Maybe not, but I think his squareness, his build, angulation all fits in this particular setting and go. Young man that's going to come out too, like I talked, I like to clean up his throat latch and his jawline, strengthen that front foot, open his chest up. He does excel probably in terms of hip and hind leg and reach and flex and go. I think he has got a nice edge shape right up on the top side of him. I just like to clean his lines up just a bit, freshen him up, and man him up a shot or so. But you like his skeleton reach and flex off the rear 1/3 of his skeleton. Nice place to land in two in this drive. Coming out next in three is another one. If we can fix him up front, he gets a little ouchy in his movement and go. I thought he had just a shot more in terms of spread and muscularity and shape up high. Another one square up just a bit when we get off to the side. Still paints a good picture. I like his skull shape, jawline, good silhouette from the side. Just fix a few things structurally. Young man, spawn appearing hog that comes out next. One that really patterns up well from the side. Draws up a good line, a good pattern. He needs more in terms of bone and feature. He needs more in terms of internal dimension and muscularity when you get right on top of him and internally. Still a nice hog to round out this particular class. If you would, give a big round of applause to those exhibitors in a really nice OBP class.
Results of Class 1 OPB. First place goes to Exhibitor 116, Mallory Mosley, Montgomery FFA. Second goes to 117, Peyton Bruce, New Caney FFA. Third goes to 119, Sidney Lunkwitz, Oak Ridge Jr. FFA. And fourth goes to 118, Trace Edwards, College Park Jr. FFA. This is Class 2 OPB. Exhibitor number 120, Shaylee Robertson, Magnolia FFA. 121, Ethan Craney, Splendora FFA. 122, Caleb Rodriguez, Lake Creek FFA. 123, Braylee Hannah, Willis 4-H. Class 3 OPB, move to the holding area. Class 3 OPB, move to the holding area.
Another interesting class to kind of sort through and evaluate. There's some quality and some things you'd like to tweak and change. Certainly about all of them. The one I come back to I'm most comfortable with because it's the one that's the longest hip, the longest fronted, and just the loosest and best in terms of ability to get out, reach, flex, and go. And then with that brings the best muscle composition when we talk about muscularity and the way it lays on its skeleton, especially on the top side. That thing's got true head shape and loin shape up high, and it just reaches and flexes and goes. Is he as stout in his mug and as tough in his front arm and feature? Is a couple right in behind him? Probably not, but I just thought in terms of looseness of skeleton, while still adding some muscularity, look, and freshness, I thought we needed to start with him in this particular class. Do you like the arm shape and the bone and feature of the hog that comes out in two? You certainly do. That hog is probably a borderline in terms of where he's at from a balance standpoint. He is a short-bodied, tall-shouldered hog. I'd like to lengthen him out of his hip, lengthen him out of his front, and then just freshen him up in terms of his shape and muscularity and the look he has up front. Gets a little more short stepping on us, and then base camp snare coming right at us just a bit. Little round on his muscle composition relative to our class winner. I like his internal forward and body shape composition. I like his toughness of build in terms of bone and density. Just need to tweak some things on him to beat that particular class winner. We've got another one that comes out real similar to the one right in front of him. I thought he was even shorter, hipped, and unloose out of his rear tail. One that I really appreciate his skull and his look. He's got that show bearer skull. He's got that look up front. He comes at us two base now. He's too short, coupled off either end of his skeleton for me. And another one that just looks a little flatter in his muscle composition and type. He has the bone, has the density. I need to make him longer out of his hip. I need to make him better in terms of muscle composition and just open him up as he comes at us. But when you appreciate the density and stoutness he does bring to the table. And then we have the Landry Superior Hog that comes out next. It's a little long body, but you appreciate the looseness he has. He does have a shot more rolled up muscle laid into him, a natural just muscle shape and spread and dimension. We just got to piece it together better all the way through and allow that hog to balance and bring those good parts into one piece and package, but still one to be proud of the young ladies driving. Nice class. Congratulations to those kids.
Results Class 2 OPB. First goes to 120, Shaylee Robertson, Magnolia FFA. Second goes to 122, Caleb Rodriguez, Lake Creek FFA. Third goes to 121, Ethan Craney, Splendora FFA. Fourth goes to 123, Braley Hannah, Willis 4H. This is Class 3 OPB. Exhibitor number 124 through 127. 124 is Carter Smith, Willis FFA. 125, Ryan Brown, West Fork Jr. FFA. 126, Caden Strasser, Trails Inn 4H. And 127, Jacob Colby Martinez, Willis 4H. After Class 3, we will have selection of the breed champion and reserve. Then we will pick 3 alternates from the breed also. So I need the first and second place from each class to stay close to the arena. Find a holding area, first and second. Stay close. There's 2 guaranteed spots in the sale for this breed, your breed champion and reserve. Then there'll be 3 alternates selected.
get into this heavyweight class, I really just think it comes down to just freshness and youthfulness and just being right in terms of body composition and being right in terms of where we're at in terms of extra fat composition, especially through front 1/3. Young man's got a tall, elevated top barrel. I love the freshness and youthfulness of his head and his jawline. He's still stout enough. His build and silhouette off to the side's good. He's sneaky in terms of how much edge shape he's got up high. He rolls up in the big back and got a square pin set and square hind leg. Doesn't give up a little bit in terms of boldness and density. There are two right in behind him. He does, but I'll take the freshness and youthfulness, especially at these heavier weights, because I still think he matches. I think his bone and feature, everything matches his build and silhouette. Nice hog to land into there. In terms of height and build and length ratio, you like a lot of things about the hog that comes out in 2. He's elevated and still built when we pull off to the side. He is a little denser made version than our hog in 1, but this hog gets a little more mature in his cheekbone and his throat latch and his jaw, and then he just doesn't carry especially his left rear leg with the authority you'd like to see. He's bold and expressive and good on the top side of his skeleton. Just doesn't come with his fresh presentation and just his youthful and his look up front, and just probably doesn't carry and hinge quite as good out of his rear too as a hog that wins, but a hog that's still got plenty good value in terms of boldness, feature, and density. The spot pairing hog that comes out next, that one there, if we maybe just give a clip job and freshen this one up, and especially in terms of his head and his cheek and his jawline and his back, this hog is three-dimensional as anything in this particular drive and class. Widespread and good make from that standpoint. Again, one I would just like to freshen up in terms of his look up front, the throat latch that he has. I don't think his bone work matches, and his column does not match the boldness he has to his rib and body shape, the boldness he has to the top side of his skeleton, but that's still a very good high-quality top of hog that's got spread width dimension and squareness. I just need to stouten him up in terms of feature, freshen him up in terms of look and presentation to move up any higher. We go on the opposite end. We could have maybe left a little hair on this one a little longer to make him look just a little stouter. I like to sharpen him up in terms of edge shape up high. Good skeleton, good silhouette type of hog. Needs to go with just a little more authority to see what we got. He gets a little cattywampus there when we get in behind him and the way he's rolling and going. But man, still a good build, good foundational type of hog to lane for. Nice class. Congratulations to those kids.
Results, Class 3, OPB. First place goes to 127, Jacob Kobe Martinez, Willis, 4H. Second goes to 124, Carter Smith, Willis, FFA. Third goes to 126, Caden Strasser, trails in 4H. 125 was fourth place. That's Ryan Brown, West Fork Jr., FFA. We'll now go for selection of the champion, OPB. In the arena, I need exhibitor 116, Mallory Mosley, Montgomery, FFA. Exhibitor 120, Shaylee Robertson, Magnolia, FFA. In Class 3, Exhibitor 127, Jacob Martinez. Second place, pig should be standing by. Out of Class 1, that's 117, Peyton Bruce. Out of Class 2, 122, Caleb Rodriguez. Out of Class 3, 124, Carter Smith. Need to be standing by in the holding area.
would give these exhibitors out here in our champion OPP drive a good round of applause. Now, I know we had some other breeds sorted and sifting through here. The white deal's near and dear to me. Coming from the Midwest, cut my teeth on raising purebred Yorkshires, and when we kind of moved our market to the South and Southwest, really we've had a lot of fun making these solid white crosses, and it's a challenging thing to try to piece and put together and keep them right in their color, and then still keep them right in their type and kind and builds and everything from that standpoint. And so certainly we've got some give and take, and did we have one in this division that came through and is like, man, that's the one we roll with and go. And so we're kind of trying to blend some things together that we like and then still keep things appropriate and right. There's a pair of them out here I like real good. I think there's one that's built like a 2026 show pig in terms of the way we're trying to build type and kind, jawline, squareness, everything at the surface. But for me, he's just a bit wide. We get in behind him. He's square, but he's just too much. Don't know if he can withstand a drive. There's another one I love. His length of hip is silhouette off to the side. Big, fresh, rolled up back. Izzy is pulled apart and unique and exotic looking in the front 1/3 as the other. Probably not, but for me, in terms of length of hip, stride, reflex, reach, and go, and then still have enough punch in terms of muscularity, being fresh, being good on the roll and go. Young lady in the pink's going to have our champion. Congratulations.
Champion goes to Shaylee Robertson, Magnolia, FFA. I need 122, Caleb Rodriguez, back into the arena.
Back out here for reserve, and he dropped that second in, and a darn good hog in his own right in terms of density and skeleton. We caught him a little quicker off either end and shorter coupled, and so you have that, and he's not just the longest stepping hog in the world. You got the bigger frame type of hog there on the far side. Does he just bounce quite as good? Super ultra fresh, and the way he's put together, maybe it looks like he could be even heavier in terms of the way his skeleton and scale is. And they got the young lady in yellow. We talked him. I think in terms of where we're at in the industry, like this is what we're trying to build and make and type and kind in terms of standing still, skull-shaped jawline, run uphill, everything's rectangular as built. I mentioned in class, do I think he can sustain a 30, 45-minute drive at Houston or San Antonio? Maybe not. I'd like to reach him and step and allow him just to have just a little more authority off either end. But in terms of modern-day build and show pigs, he's my second favorite young lady in the yellow reserve.
The reserve goes to 116, Mallory Mosley, Montgomery, FFA. I need 117, Peyton Bruce, back into the arena. This will be for selection of first alternate. $119, Sydney Lunkwitz back into the arena. First alternate just went to 117, Peyton Bruce, New Caney, FFA. We're looking for Exhibitor 119, Cindy Lunkwitz, Oak Ridge Junior FFA. Need you back into the arena. Anybody in the barn see Cindy Lunkwitz, Oak Ridge Junior FFA, moving back towards the arena.
She's coming, they said. I don't see her.
They say she's on her way in. This will be for second alternate. 118, Trace Edwards, be standing by in case we need you. 118, Trace Edwards, just stand by your hog in case we need you. I need Exhibitor 121, Ethan Craney, Splendor FFA, back into the arena. Second alternate just went to 122, Caleb Rodriguez, Lake Creek FFA. This will be for the third alternate position. I need Exhibitor 121, Ethan Craney, back into the arena. Class 1 Hamps be moving towards the holding area. Class 1 Hamps move towards the holding area. $127, Jacob Kobe Martinez just went third alternate OPB. That concludes the OPB show. We'll move to the Hamp show. Class 1 Hamp, Exhibitor 128 through 134 need to be in the holding area. 128 through 134 to the holding area. In the ham show today, we'll have 6 classes of hams. We will select 12 to go back to the sale and 3 alternates. Class 1 ham, exhibitor 128 is Axel Raymond McCoy Esquivel. West Fork FFA 129, Isamar Jimenez. Lake Creek FFA 130, Eddie Bodner, The Woodlands Jr. FFA 131, Andy Waits, Magnolia Jr. FFA 132, Kylie Roberts, Grand Oaks FFA 133, Mila Wagner, Magnolia 4H 134, Riley Forsberg, Magnolia West Jr. FFA.
in these first class of the hams. And so we're going to certainly maybe gear things up just a notch in terms of some extras. And I think, this thing looks like a lightweight Hampshire. He's a little smaller in his stature and kind, but I think our feel and stuff still makes us look in terms of our frame and composition correct. Reverses maybe the hogs in 2 and 3. We could reverse some feels on those two. So I think from a proportion and balance standpoint, this one excelled in that standpoint. I love his skull shape. Get on top of him. He's aggressive in his turn on the backside of his blade. Get him behind him. Big pin set, big square hind leg. I think a logical place to start in this particular drive. I probably prefer the elevation and scale of the hog that comes out in 2. Tall-shouldered, super elevated hog that's got a unique look out through the front 1/3. We like to pack a shot more punch right there in terms of his forehead and shape and body composition. We could drop a shot more feel right there through his flank to make him bounce just a bit better off to the side. Ultimately, I got to square his rear leg up. We get right in behind him. We can square his rear hock up, drop an extra feel in him. We push that class winner just a bit because I probably prefer his outline and in genuine scale and build, and especially when we're talking going on down the road in lightweight type of hogs. Another one, a little more modern in this type and kind. Gets a little quicker, rounder in his overall composition for me. I'd like to tuck his bottom lines up just a bit. We probably got him a little overfilled, especially considering where we're at in terms of frame standpoint. Throws his balance out just a bit, makes him look just a little pudgier and rounder. But man, that one's got wide spread. He's big coming at you. He's bold up high, bold going away. Dents his rear leg up, allowed to loosen and go just a bit better. But man, that's a moderate stout one, no doubt about it. Here comes that one that just planes just a bit. We plane in skin and hair texture and presentation. We plane in terms of our look. Appreciate his skeletal flexibility brings to the table. Pieces just a bit for me. I like his shape and muscularity to his loin edge up high. I just need to blend and balance everything a little bit. If I could punch his loin down, allow that to level and loosen just a bit. He hinges really well. We just need to balance that a little bit better. I just need to clean him up, especially in terms of skin and hair and overall presentation standpoint, to run with a couple of stouties that were right up ahead of him, but still a really good, solid type of hog to come out nonetheless. Young lady brings another one that says it's pretty basic in its type and kind. Really good in terms of forehead and body composition and shape. Another one that's shorter in its overall body. Height to length ratio is good there. Gets a little quicker in his rear step from that standpoint, relatively couple up. And with that, he doesn't have as much punch going right away from us. He's not as fresh and unique, especially up for his front 1/3. But still, a basic, good-made type of hog. I just need some extras out of him relative to the horsepower that's up ahead of him in this particular drive and class. We round out the class with a couple. Got to be stouter, got to be denser throughout in terms of having some extras. Big silhouette type of hog just needs more days on feed, get some more groceries in him. And then the hog that rounds out the class just gets too far forward in his shoulder. His skeleton just it doesn't do it for me in this particular drive. He's got huge legs and huge appendages. Probably is a neat little baby pig. It's just proportions and his build just didn't hold up as he went through the growth phase. Nice class. Congratulations to those kids.
Class 2 hams, you need to be in the holding area. Results of Class 1. First place goes to exhibit 133, Milo Wagner, Magnolia, 4H. Second goes to 131, Andy Waits, Magnolia Jr., FFA. Third goes to 129, Ismar Jimenez, Lake Creek, FFA. Fourth goes to 132, Kylie Roberts, Grand Oaks, FFA. Fifth is 134, Riley Forsberg, Magnolia West Jr., FFA. Sixth was 128, Axel Raymond McCoy Esquivel, West Fork, FFA. And seventh was 130, Eddie Bodner, the Woodlands Jr., FFA. This is Class 2 Hamps. Exhibitor number 135 through 143. Exhibitor 135 is Nikki Roan, Montgomery Jr., FFA. 136, Kyla Olives, the Woodlands, FFA. 137, Allie Gillard, Champion 4H. 138, Addison Washer, Magnolia West, FFA. 139, Wade Wells, Splendora, FFA. 140, Luke Patton, Magnolia 4H. 141, Camden Small, Montgomery, FFA. 142, Blake Barron, College Park, FFA. And 143, King Hurd, Oak Ridge, FFA. First call, Class 3 Hamps, move to the holding area. First call, Class 3 Hamps, move to the holding area. We need Exhibit 148 and 151 into the holding area. Exhibit 148 and 151 to the holding area.
Well, I'd certainly say, hey, welcome to the pig show. Things certainly turned up a notch, and when you come to the great state of Texas, this is what you sign up for and get into and gather up. And there is three phenomenally, really neat bears out here. Our top five is incredible, and I think it is just splitting, sorting hairs and differences. I think all three bring so much value and good to the table. You tweak each of them maybe in a spot or so to make the totality of what you're looking to get. And so you come back to the table and, hey, which one balances up the best, brings enough good and roll to the table, skeleton's the best in terms of at the surface coming and going. I think the young lady in the white shirt does that for me in this particular drive and class. His build and look off to the side is so striking and so incredibly good. I think his freshness and his feel and his look and his uniqueness, everything fits at this size and where we're at from a weight composition. Does he man up as much and bulky as a hog in 3? No, but I think he looks like a lightweight top of pig. I think everything fits and molds and builds. Where I like him better than the hog in 2, he bounces off to the side. When we pull off to the side, he's from his shoulder loin back to his loin, out through his rope and hip. Everything blends and builds extremely well. Skin and hair texture in all three of these is absolutely phenomenal on point. I think they've done an incredible job with skin and hair and texture. I think his hind leg structure is right. His look and uniqueness out front is good. He looks like a high-quality lightweight bear. He is a high-quality lightweight bear. Like that one, a good deal to win this particular class. This hog hit the ring, and I thought no doubt our class winner. His skull shape and his jawline and his swoop to his under right there in terms of his jaw and everything ties and blends is so good. When I get off to the side on this pig, I just don't think he balances and levels and proportions quite as well as our class winner. We get him behind him and he wants to push his rear hocks and twist just a little bit at the surface. He comes with maybe just a shot more in terms of muscularity and spread than our class winner up high, and I think he fits and functions out of his hip and hind leg better than a hog that goes out in 3 and ties and blends. But those two are very similar in type and kind and mode. Just very splitting hairs. Didn't think he quite bounced quite as good. Not as square going away right at the surface. Really good pair on the top end. The man of the class, without a doubt. The young lady's hog there on the far side. That is a stout mug, a big arm, and that is a fat, big rear leg. When we get off to the side of him, I gotta lengthen his rump out. I gotta allow him to just take a longer reach, stretch and stride, and then you get right in behind him, similar to a hog in 2. And really all three of them, are just perfectly square at the surface going away. This one to me was the one that was the most pushing on the outside heels of his hoof rolls of those initial 3, and for where we're at in terms of size and weight, a little quicker and more mature in his type and kind versus the fresh youthful ones that run right up ahead of him. You really appreciate the extras this one brings to the table. I just got to retweak his whole rear 1/3 assembly to allow him to push those 2 up ahead. But man, what an incredible top trio in this particular class to sort and sit through and evaluate. Not taking anything away from the young man that comes out in 4, because this is a really neat. I call him the most natural of the top 4. This hog just looks like he's naturally got a boatload of back shape. He's naturally been square and sharp in terms of his type and kind his whole life. He doesn't have the bone work of our initial 3 out ahead of him, and he never just really settles in the drive in terms of the way he handles his hip and hind leg. He just never quite gets comfortable and wants to swing and sway, and so it's hard to just get a read on where we're at from an athleticism standpoint off his rear 1/3, but still a very high quality, sharp looking, really good made type of hog, especially for his front 1/3 and on the top side of the skeleton. Nothing to be ashamed of to laying forth at this particular show, and with those ones up ahead of him, a very good hog in his own right. Another one that wins a lot of classes and divisions at a lot of other county fairs across the country and within the state, because he's got widespread and bone boldness in terms on the top side of his skeleton, good in terms of his forehead and body composition. Didn't see him to tie quite as well coming on the top side of his blade up high, not as stout in his noggin and his skull and jawline, and then he just ran out the most in terms of his foot bone and feature. Gets a little rounder in his muscle when we get right on top of him. I like to blend and just soften all that so it blend just a bit better out of his hip and rump relative to his ones up right ahead of him. But man, that thing is ditched out back. He's square, he's rectangular in shape all the way throughout. Still a very, very high quality, excellent top of fifth place hog to land in this particular drive. No doubt the best class we've had so far today. And if we see some more of that depth and quality, it's going to get really exciting and fun. We get down in the line here and get in some, but hey, we got some pieces and parts in terms of boldness, the arm and feature. Front 1/3 assembly, we got to tweak and change on this one. Never really gets comfy out here. It gets its head up and just blends quite together. I thought this was the next best in terms of spread up high, big square hip and hind leg laid into it. Nice hog. We just got to reassemble that front 1/3 skeleton. Then we get in down the line here, hogs. We just got to change some things from a skeletal composition and overall class and quality. But awesome, awesome class. My hat's off to those exhibitors. Congratulations to them.
Results of Class 2 Hamp. First place goes exhibitor 135, Nicky Roan, Montgomery Jr., FFA. Second goes to 141, Camden Small, Montgomery, FFA. Third was 138, Addison Washer, Magnolia West, FFA. Fourth was 139, Wade Wells, Splendora, FFA. Fifth was 140, Luke Patton, Magnolia 4H. Sixth was 136, Kyla Olives, The Woodlands, FFA. Seventh was 142, Blake Barron, College Park, FFA. Eighth was 137, Allie Gillard, champion 4H. And ninth was 143, King Herd, Oak Ridge, FFA. This will be Class 3 Hamps. Exhibitor 144 through 154. Exhibitor 144, Angela Zachary, Splendora, FFA. 145, Cora Blackwell, Magnolia 4H. 146, Elijah Ramirez, Magnolia West, FFA. 147, Rhett Ruffin, Lake Creek Jr., FFA. 148, Heath Woodson, The Woodlands Jr., FFA. 149, Maya Bodner, The Woodlands, FFA. 150, Candace Lieber, Oak Ridge Jr., FFA. 151, Camlin Mason, Champion 4H. 152, Brendel Dutton, Caney Creek Jr., FFA. 153, Brendan Shaw, West Fork, FFA. 154, Colton Sowell, Splendora Jr., FFA. Class 4 Hamps be moving to the holding area. Class 4 Hamps move towards the holding area.
a good class in a really logical, very, very good way to start the particular drive off with. The thing skull and noggin and ear set is A plus in my opinion of where we're at in this industry, what we're trying to build and do. Height to shoulder length ratio is incredible. Well, that thing has got a ginormous rear leg that functions, reaches, and goes. Skin and hair textures right on. Very, very good animal to start this particular drive off with. I like so much about this pig. His elevation and scale, everything fits. He looks like a hog that can continue up and just get bolder and stouter with heavier weights. He's fresh and unique up to that front end. He's really good on the top side of the skeleton in terms of spread width and dimension. He just doesn't have the uniqueness and the extras. This hog gets along in a lot of places and in a lot of areas. And unfortunately, in this day and age, we just got to have a little extra in terms of density. When you're talking about trying to get over one that's got that much extra and it still is equally good in terms of look and build and skeleton. There's so much to like about that animal. Rectangular in his build, right in his type and kind. Just need a little more out of him from that standpoint. I thought next best in terms of scale and elevation and spread was the young lady that comes out next. This hog doesn't kind of blend and tie quite as well in proportion off to the side as good as those two right up ahead of it. If we can allow this one to blend out of its hip just a skosh better, wants to get up in his loin ever so slightly. I like the way a lot of things he does in terms of a big upper pin set, a square hind leg. He still brings lots of quality to the table. I thought he looked a little better in his scale and his type, a little fresher and tidier about his makeup than the hog that comes out next. But in terms of spread width and dimension, awful lot to like about this one. Here's a really, really rugged stouty. I missed him just a bit coming out the deal. Got on top of me and just looked a little rounder and quicker made. And that's ultimately probably what gets him beat. He's a little lethargic in his overall step. I like to freshen and tidy him up out through his front 1/3. He is a bold, dense, hairy rascal. There's no doubt about that. We just got to allow him to go and gather and have a better gait about him, and to just lengthen him out of his front end, lengthen him out of his hip and skosh. But man, that thing's certainly bold, dense, and rugged, no doubt about it. Young lady that comes out next, I love that big flag tail bearer. He has that exotic presence. In a sift pan, you bring that kind of head, neck, and skull at you. Big flag tail, you're going to pin every time. We come back out here. I like his height to length ratio. Ultimately, he gets too perpendicular and too straight out of the front end of his assembly. The base is up too narrow, coming right out. That flattens just a bit in his forehead and body shape. But man, in terms of upper hip set, his skull shape, jawline that he brings to the table, lots of uniqueness. Just need to tweak him in an area or two to move him up any higher. This pig is really nice in terms of his, I just think his freshness and his youthfulness, his look out to the front 1/3 of his skeleton. Ultimately, for me, he just gets too base narrow when he comes right at us, and then he gets a little lethargic and a little east and west when we get in right behind him, and never really just gets a true good pattern and gait when we get off to the side. Doesn't come as fresh and crisp up high as a couple right ahead of him, but man, there's still lots of good quality skin and hair texture, body composition's right. We could pull him up in terms of fill just ever so slightly to make his lines gather together just a bit better, and maybe he moves a little more comfortably. We'll pull a little fill out of him to match where we're at from a frame standpoint, but man, still lots of quality and value to be down there in the 6-hole in this particular class. Here comes another dense stouty that's rolled up in his back. He's got spread width and dimension, just gets too straight up front, gets too base now, and I just got to clean him up and tidy him up in terms of his overall freshness and appearance. Get down the line. We just got some hogs that got to class up a bit to run with those up ahead of it. Very nice class. Good class winner. Congratulations to those kids.
Class 4 Hamps, you need to be in the holding area. Class 4, it's 155 to 168. You need to be in the holding area. Results, Class 3, first place goes to 151, Camlin Mason, champion 4H. Second was 154, Colton Sewell, Splendora Jr., FFA. Third was 149, Mia Bodner, the Woodlands, FFA. Fourth was 144, Angela Zachary, Splendora, FFA. Fifth was 145, Cora Blackwell, Magnolia, 4H. Sixth was 148, Heath Woodson, the Woodlands Junior, FFA. Seventh was 146, Elijah Ramirez, Magnolia West, FFA. Eighth was 147, Rhett Ruffin, Lake Creek Junior, FFA. Ninth was 153, Brendan Shaw, West Fork, FFA. 10th was 152, Brendel Dutton, Caney Creek Jr. FFA. 11th was 150, Candace Lieber, Oak Ridge Jr. FFA. This is Class 4 Hamp. There's 14 in the class. Exhibitor number 155, Liam Washer, Magnolia West, FFA. 156, Kenzie Getz, Grand Oaks, FFA. 157, Aaron Ramos, Oak Ridge, FFA. 158, Karis Downs, Champion 4H. 159, Caden Bowman, Montgomery Dobbin 4H. 160, Shooter McCabe, New Caney, FFA. 161, Taylor Cullum, New Caney, FFA. 162, Bo McCabe, New Caney Jr., FFA. 163, Grayson Rivas, College Park, FFA. 164, James McDonald, Montgomery Jr., FFA. 165, Trent Harney, Splendora 4H. 166, Austin Benj, West Fork, FFA. 167, Jesse Odom, Willis, FFA. 168, Paige Urbanowski, Willis, FFA. Class 5 Hamp, Exhibitor 169 through 183. Move to the holding area, please. Class 5 Hamp, 169 through 183. Move to the holding area.
real good class and a good set of pigs and really a fun set of pigs because we've got good ones all the way down 5, 6, 7, 8 that have discussion points and you can sort and evaluate and it comes together for me. I think just in terms of proportionality, freshness, still having some stoutness to this one, youthfulness in terms of look up front, shape is rolled up in her back. Young lady's done a great job managing that one. Presents it to a T. Very, very good bear to land this particular drive off with. The one that comes out into, no doubt, he excels in our class winner and the rest of the class in terms of rear leg bone and just assembly and density. He's wanting to bark on us just a little bit as we go. I don't think this one's as square in his upper head shape and muscle, not as sharp in his look and his cheek and his jawline. But man, you got to appreciate one that's got that kind of boldness and full rib shape and center turn to his cavity. If we could trim his underline up just a bit, trim his head and neck shape up just a bit, and just square him in terms of edge and freshness up the scale, he excels in the extras and density. Still lots and lots of good laid in that one, no doubt about it. Like him in that top pair, good deal. Young man that comes out and play, obviously, the other thing is you like to clean his sheath up, and I'm past that. From there, there's so much good. He's bold coming right at you. I love his jawline and his head and neck and his ear set and his noggin laid into him. He's got a big upper pin set and a square rear leg. For me, when he get off to the side, I need to pull him together just a bit more to allow everything to blend and balance a little bit. He gets a little washed out in his top, a little up in his loin, and he just don't balance off to the side quite as good. If we could shorten him up, he's so tall-shouldered, if we could shorten his length aside and have that height to length ratio match just a shot better, and really the hog needs to be scaled up just a bit to be right in terms of his overall frame and scale to match the width, spread, and power he's got. Lots of good, lots of quality. Young man's doing a great job. Very, very good third place bear, no doubt about it. We've got a hog in 4 and even a hog in 6 that, man, they look like they could run up into some heavier weights in terms of where they're at in terms of scale. That's a tall bear. It's tall-shouldered. He's big about his frame and type and kind. You can see we got similar weights, and he almost swallows that one in terms of how big he is. But sometimes when we get those bigger weights, maybe he needs to weigh some more for everything to blend and match and balance. For me, ultimately, I got to shove his shoulder blade back into him just a bit more so he balances. He gets a little full shove forward, and his shoulder wants to concave at his knee just a bit. Young man's doing a great job. He's a tall-shouldered, elevated hog. He's got tons of shape and edge up on the top side of the skeleton. Killer hip and hind leg laid into him. We can freshen him up in terms of skin and hair and composition standpoint, especially when we get into some competitive heat. But man, still a very, very good top of 4th place bear. Another type of hog that's bold cage and good and robust about his bone work, his stoutness, his feature, his center cavity. He just plains too much for me. He flattens in his muscle composition and type and kind. We can hammer on this one and just edge and square him up everywhere and freshen him up because he's good in terms of just a build and quality standpoint. Another one, we get a little wasty in terms of his mid-body and midsection. If we could get his full to match and his muscle shape to match, man, this thing goes up several places and contends higher than the top end of the class because everything balance, build, squareness is right. We just got to have more of them in terms of muscle and shape and everything to blend just a shot better, but still very, very good hog playing 5 in this particular class. Another hog that, man, it looks like we could put another 20 pounds on him, and I don't know where we're at on weights here and stuff, but he just looks out of place in this class. That is a very tall bear in terms of his scale and his frame, and I'm okay with that. And when you're breeding hogs and doing this, we've got to have some scale back in a few of these things if we can, so everything stays right and blends and fits and molds. That's a tall-shouldered, good-built type of hog off to the side. He flattens too much internally in terms of his forerib and cavity, narrows too much coming right at us. If we could put another 15, 20 in him, bust him open, everything match, he looks like a big heavyweight bear. Maybe he fits better in a particular class and moves up some spots, but still a high-quality bear. Young man should be proud of, doing a real job getting on him and going. And then we get down in the class here and down the line, we get some hogs. And there's value here. We got rim and body shape. We got spread and dimension in some of these. We just fall short in terms of extras of look and presentation, of raw shape and muscle, and just needing to look like a high quality show bear needs to look in 2026 to compete at one of the toughest counties in the country. So still good quality hogs that have basics and foundations and quality to them. We just need more of them in some areas. Very good class, good top end. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Class 5, we're still looking for 173. Lauren Peak to the holding area. Class 5, need to be in the holding area. Results, Class 4, Hamp. First place goes to 158. Caris Downs, champion 4H. Second went to 164. James McDonald, Montgomery Jr. FFA. Third was 155. Liam Washer, Magnolia West FFA. Fourth was 162. Bo McCabe, New Caney Jr. FFA. Fifth was 160. Shooter McCabe, New Caney FFA. Sixth was 166. Austin Bench, West Fork FFA. Seventh was 159. Caden Bowman, Montgomery Dobbin 4H. Eighth was 157. Aaron Ramos, Oak Ridge FFA. Ninth was 165. Trent Harney, Splendora 4H. And 10th was 156. Kenzie Getz, Grand Oaks FFA. This is Class 5 Hamp. Exhibitor 169, Bella Tallarico, Splendora Jr., FFA. 170, Easton Long, champion 4H. 171, Aubrey Burns, Splendora Jr., FFA. 172, Rylan Carter, New Caney, FFA. 173, Lauren Peak, College Park, FFA. 174, Hudson Martinez, Willis, 4H. 175, Aubrey Petty, Splendora Jr., FFA. 176, Carson Foster, Evening Star, 4H. 177, Elizabeth Kosian, champion 4H. 178, Carter Robinson, Willis, FFA. 179, Owen Redwine, Montgomery Dobbin, 4H. 180, Valerie Johnson, Willis Jr., FFA. 181, Lillian Harrison, champion 4H. 182, Tate Sowell, Splendora Jr., FFA. 183, Kay Raimondo, Montgomery, FFA. Class 6, Hamp. Need you to come to the holding area. Class 6, Hamp. Need to come to the holding area. That's exhibitor 184 through 192. 184 through 192. Need to move to the holding area. Should be 15. Class 6 Hamp, we need exhibitor 184 and 187 into the holding area. 184 and 187. We're looking for you in the holding area.
we get into a class here, and I'll be first to admit, we go 6, 7, and if you're in 6 and 7 and think you have an argument to win the class, you may have some valid points. If you're 4th and think you have an argument to win the class, you may have some valid points. If you're you could interchange through these things. This is a very good class of pigs. Is there an elite one that has the extras and brings everything together? No, it doesn't. But when we're 6, 7 deep, a very good comparable show pigs, the kids have done a good job, and they bring positives and qualities to the table. It takes a little more time to sort through and think about things and where we're at, where we need to be composition-wise, maturity-wise. I'll be the first to admit, if my class winner had a suntan and skin and hair is a little better, well, we're not spending as much time on figuring out who's going to win the class. I do think, if we can change that about him, I need to darken his skin and hair up. I need to make his height and texture better from that standpoint. But when you start just breaking down fundamentals of rectangularness of build at the surface, squareness and edge shape on the top side of the skeleton, look out through the front end of the skeleton, freshness and composition, body composition. He's got the squarest upper pin set, squarest hind leg. Everything fits and builds and blends together. Yes, I would love to make him darker and get him out in the sun and darken him up, especially in 2026, where we're at, where we need to be. But when we start breaking down pigs in this setting and situation where I could do a number of things within this class and you have a valid argument, I think pig for pig, this one brings the most positives, the most quality, and the most good to the table in this particular setting. But the hog I really am enamored by when you pull off to the side in terms of just his look, his build, his presence, his freshness. I think his body composition and feel is absolutely impeccable. He's a youthful, immature hog. Maybe that youthful immatureness, especially at this weight, man, we could ask him to have a little bit more rugged top of skull, styling him up from there, styling him up coming right at us. I think his upper pin set's good. Could square him up at the surface just ever so slightly. I think the hog coming out in 3 has a stouter noggin, a stouter front arm, but this hog is fresher in his lower body composition, fresher and more unique out through his front 1/3. He's really good in terms of his upper feel, his mid-body feel. They've done a phenomenal job with him. Skin and hair is on point. That is just a very good, awesome silhouette, awesome skeleton type of hog that presents an awesome pattern and a very nice pig to land in 2. The hog in 3 is my hog. I like his skull work. I like his bone work. I love his skin and hair texture. He has the spread up high. He has the extra punch in terms of upper muscularity out of the backside of his hip. Big hind leg. We just have too much waist on that lower 1/3. I'll give a little bit on the small flank swelling, but I roll on terms of his cheek and his jawline and the extra he has there in terms of his brisket and throat latch that he's rolling with him. He gets a little rounder in his muscle composition. We get right on top of him from that standpoint. And so those are your give and takes. Love the skin and hair texture. Love the full rib and body shape, the look, build, and silhouette. Yes, he's got better skin and hair texture than our class winner. Yes, he's stouter in his foot and bone work than the hog that goes in 2. No, he's not as fresh. He's not as good in his composition. He's not as square and right in his muscle shape, but still a bulky, stout one that's got a good skeleton and got some good to lay into him to go ahead and land in 3. The 4, right? That's the challenge hog. He comes through the sift pen. You're like, that thing's got big, giant, fat legs. He comes out here, and yes, he looks like a boar and just too mature for my undertaking and understanding. He's still a very good pig, though, because he's got giant bones. He can still use them as we gate and get out and go. He doesn't balance and blend. He's too crusty. He's too mature on the front 1/3 of his skeleton. He doesn't blend right there out of his hip and hem lung junction. Then you get him behind him. I'd like to open him up. He wants to concave in the way his hock structure is. But, man, you have to appreciate the extras and positives he brings to the table. But we've just got to make his maturity more right, and we've just got to blend and balance everything in. He flattens in his body shape. But, hey, if we feed him hard to get his body shape right, we look even more mature in probably 2 rounds. So when you're feeding them, that's a challenge, no doubt. Unique breeding type of piece of animal, but comes with too many problems. It doesn't blend and balance relative to those 3 up ahead of it. But you certainly still appreciate a lot that he brings to the table. good pig in his own right. Another one here that's very good, right there in the center field and cavity, full rib and body shape, center shoot to his belly's right. He's got another youthful, unique kind of head out in front. May we give up a little in terms of cheek and stoutness. He's bored on the top side of the skeleton. Get him behind this one. He's too much, too wide. I need to square him up, allow him to prolong the drive when we get out on the go and gate. Gets a little off in his balance when we get off to the side. And so we need to square him up from there, and then coming right at us, I got to fix his front feet, fix his chest. So another one, love his body composition, love his upper edge he's got to him, but we got to fix and tweak some things on down the line here as we get in deeper into this particular deep quality, high class. We just ran into some pigs that, hey, sort your priorities where you want to. If you want to start flip-flopping these and then you've got an opinion on that, how you want to do it, I'll hear and read you out all day. I'm just breaking them down how I saw them, how they came to me, and where we changed these things at. Because they still got quality, they still got value. Here's another one. That's a bull bent stouty that no doubt in terms of his height and length ratio is dead right on. I love his skull shape, his ear set, his jawline. They've got his back rolled up into him in terms of some shape. He gets a little shorter out of his rope and steeper there, just gets tucked up underneath, doesn't take that long reach and step, and then you get right into him internally, flattens a little bit right there in terms of his full rib shape, flattens right there coming at you, and he's scaled up there. We could drop some pounds, drop some flank fill into him, and maybe allow him to bounce just a little bit better from the side. But man, that's a bold-chested stouty that's got some good and quality to him. At the end of the day, he's got to reach and flex and go off his rear 1/3 just a shot better to move up any higher. Young lady brings a really, really unique one. I mean, that thing is obviously wicked tall-shouldered. Into its demise, gets a little too straight for me, flattens too much in terms of full rib and body shape. Hip and hind leg are really unique. Skin and hair she's done a great job with. I just got to change that whole front 1/3 assembly. Hey, if you want to argue that thing's got some more uniqueness to him, he need to move up a few more spots in this particular class. I'll hear you out on that. I just got to change his chest, change his shoulder angulation, and then right there in terms of his full rib and body shape. We're trying to get these hogs so elevated in this deal. We're getting them really flat-sided in terms of their full rib shape. We can't get their blades pulled apart and the body shape into them just quite right. So we got to get that balanced out. But that's a hog again. We're 7-8 in this deep in this class. Got lots of quality. Skin and hair texture is awesome. Good hip and hind leg. Got some exotic things to him. We just got to piece it together just a bit better to move up any higher. For me in this particular drive, if you want to argue he needs to move up some spots, hey, I won't argue with you one bit because he does have some uniqueness, no doubt. We get past that in the rest of the class. We just fall out of bed a little bit. We get some nice basic hogs that have good build, good quality to them. They need more bone, feature, density, and just the extras to move up into conversation. Awesome class, good class, competitive class. Give those kids a big round of applause. They did a great job.
Results of Class 5, Hamp. First place goes to 172, Ryland Carter, New Caney, FFA. Second goes to 176, Carson Foster, Evening Star, 4-H. Third was 181, Lillian Harrison, Champion, 4-H. Fourth was 183, Kay Raimondo, Montgomery, FFA. Fifth was 169, Bella Tallarico, Splendora Jr., FFA. Sixth was 170, Easton Long, Champion, 4-H. Seventh was 171, Aubrey Burns, Splendora Jr., FFA. Eighth was 182, Tate Sal, Splendora Jr., FFA. Ninth was 175, Aubrey Petty, Splendora Jr., FFA. And 10th was 180, Valerie Johnson, Willis Jr., FFA. This is Class 6 Hamp, Exhibitor 184, Harper Hagler, West Fork Jr., FFA. 185, Keely Fisher, New Caney, FFA. 186, Sidney Williams, Magnolia, FFA. 187, Mitchell Lightfoot, Champion, 4-H. 188, Reagan Hebner, Champion, 4-H. 189, Trent Pittman, Champion, 4-H. 190, Kenley Taylor, Willis FFA. 191 Max Wolf, champion 4H. And 192 John Harrison, champion 4H. There'll be 9 bears in this class. The first and second place from class 1 through 5 Hamp. If you're not in the drug testing area, I need you to move to a holding area. If you were first or second in your class, classes 1 through 5 Hamp, move to a holding area. Out of class 1, I will need a 133 Mila Wagner and 131 Andy Waits. Out of class 2, 135 Nikki Roan and 141 Camden Small. Out of class 3, 151 Camlin Mason and 154 Colton Sal. Out of class 4, 158 Karis Downs, 164 James McDonald. Out of class 5, 172 Rylan Carter and 176 Carson Foster.
chest, maybe just a shot better right there at his knee. It's close, but maybe you could give him that argument. I don't think his upper pin set is quite as good in terms of extras going right away from you. I don't think he brings quite as an exotic in terms of a skull and look up front. It's still plenty good and fits him well, but when you got two high caliber ones, at that standpoint, they're splitting hairs from there. So very good pair of them right there to discuss just the way that I saw them to go 1 and 2 in this particular driving class. Really basic, good built type of hog that comes out in 3. You like a lot of things about him. He certainly is the most natural basic amongst our top 3 or 4. He's rectangular in terms of his top side, the way his height to length ratio, everything matches and fits from that standpoint. He's not as extra in terms of bone and feature. He's not as stout and burly in terms of his texture, not as bold and spread up high, but man, big upper pin set, square hind leg. I love the look he presents, and when he pull off to the side of him, draws up a beautiful picture. Another one, I'd strengthen his front foot, open him up there right at his chest and knee to match those up ahead of him. Ultimately, just needs a shot more in terms of the extras that those bring in terms of just bone density, feature, and fuzz from that standpoint. The hog that comes out next, I just thought he just patterned better and just really moved better and was more comfortable in the ring relative to the hog that goes out in 4 in 5. A hog in 5 is a denser, stouter, more opened up version, but this hog just balances better. We pull off to the side. I think his top line's more appropriate. It just his reach and flex and comfortability on the go is better. I need to open him up in his chest, make him broader and wider on the top side of his blade, open his body shape and open body cage up just a bit. But man, that's a basic good build off to the side type of hog. Just disappoints a little bit coming and going and getting right on top of him. This hog, if we could just allow him to just go and get comfortable in the ring and not be as lethargic the way he is, he just never really wants to get comfortable and go out, and it's probably in his skeleton, especially out of his hip, that doesn't allow him to be as comfortable and roll and move. You really appreciate how dense and rugged this hog is. He's a tough built type of rascal with a big skull. He's got a big arm and a big rear leg. I need to make him fresher in terms of extra muscle and shape on the top side of his skeleton. Then, ultimately, he's just got to go and be more comfortable when he gets out and cover some surface in the ring. But I just thought in terms of extras he brings to the table, he excelled the rest of the class. Really get on down the line here. Another one that's good when we get off to the side. I think he patterns up good. His balance is good when we talk that height to length ratio. He gets a little awesome when we get off to the side in terms of where his body composition's at. Falls out of bed a bit in terms of extras of bone and feature, and then he's pulled apart coming and going right at us. But I just thought his skeletal correctness, his look and build off to the side, need to land him right there. We get in down the line here. We just got to tweak some things from skeletal extras and lay into them to move up any higher. Good top end of the class. Congratulations to those kids.
Results of Class 6 Hamp. First place goes to 187, Mitchell Lightfoot, champion 4H. Second was 192, John Harrison, champion 4H. Third was 184, Harper Hagler, West Fork Jr., FFA. Fourth was 188, Reagan Hebner, champion 4H. Fifth was 191, Max Wolf, champion 4H. Sixth was 189, Trent Pittman, champion 4H. Seventh was 185, Keely Fisher, New Caney, FFA. Eighth was 190, Kenley Taylor, Willis, FFA. Ninth was 186, Sidney Williams, Magnolia, FFA. I now need back in the holding areas the first and second place from Class 1 through 6 Hamp. Out of Class 1, I need Exhibitor 133, Milo Wagner. And 131, Andy Waits. Out of Class 2, 135, Nikki Roan. 141, Camden Small. Out of Class 3, 151, Camlin Mason. And 154, Colton Sowell. Out of Class 4, 158, Karis Downs. 164, James McDonald. Out of Class 5, 172, Ryland Carter. And 176, Carson Foster. Out of Class 6, we have 187, Mitchell Lightfoot. And 192, John Harrison. We will have 12 hamps in the sale. We'll also select 3 alternates. Hamp exhibitors, stand close to your bearers until we get finished with the sale order. Please stay close to your bearers until we get through with the sale order.
Well, if you would give these kiddos a very big, large round of applause, and it's been an excellent Hampshire drive, and I'm excited as we get them all back out here. I mean, you guys may be aware of the quality of your county. It comes with a very prestigious. I grew up in the Midwest, and I've trickled down a little farther south now where I reside, and There's a couple counties in the state of Texas, and really a couple counties across the country that when you're going to sort these things and judge these things, they're prominent and highly thought after. And Montgomery County is no doubt at the very top, if not at the very top, of any of those counties across the country. And I think just here in the Hampshire Drive, obviously we got the crosses, we've had good breeds so far, and the quality has been extra high and extra elevated, and it's to be expected. I certainly don't get on. I got 4 little kids at home and multiple different deals going on, and I don't certainly. I say no way more than I say yes to come and jump on the road and come sort these things. But anytime a Texas area code calls and wants you to come judge, you certainly your ears perk up, and it worked out, and I was super glad to come here because man, the quality's been phenomenal. This Hampshire show so far has been phenomenal. I think we get in here, and there's probably 2, 3, 4 of them who could really get in and discuss that are very high quality, and all 6 of them bring quality to the table. But I think in terms of where we're trying to build pigs in 2026, and as we move forward and progress, it's not easy. It's not easy putting livestock together that have these elite type of pieces, and then hey, still blend it all together and everything fits and is right. We've got to have hogs that are stout in their mug. We want them dense and hairy, but they still got to be fresh and youthful. We want them with rolled up backs. We want them with big fat hind legs that can still function and reach and go. We're trying to make these kind of unique, exotic looking things, but then hey, we got to keep basics and build and everything in check. And there's a couple out here that I think that do that to a high level. There's one for me that I think everything just fits that much better. I think length of body is that much better, and from a proportionality standpoint than another. I think hind leg assembly, usage of hind leg, and security and size of hind leg is that much better than another. And then the other that's in contention, this one's got just that much more in terms of natural shape and back shape. And so when I think you're talking about all those total out, or one that's got that kind of noggin and skull, that kind of rolled up back, proportionality, everything fits really good with a fat hind leg that functions. Young lady in front of me is going to have her champion hat. Congratulations.
Number 151.
Your bully champion was 151, Cameron Mason, champion 4H. I need 154, Colton Sal, back in the arena. Exhibitors, as we get into the sale order, as we make a selection in the arena, I will call for one to move back up to the holding area. So just be listening up.
We drop in here for reserve, and like I said, it gets that much closer between a trio or so of them. We drop that second in there, darn good pig, everything fits and square. Hey, is he out there in terms of his features? A couple, maybe not. I think it gets close between the 3 of them. The wider belted pig there, the narrow belted to the far side, and our heavyweight. To talk him briefly, the heavy, I love that pig. I mean, he's just good. He's bold, he's powerful when you get on top of him. Hey, is his chest quite big enough and his knee just quite right? From that standpoint, that's where you got to make a decision. Pull off. His skull shape and his freshness is so good. His upper pin set and squareness is good from there. We get into this one right here, this narrow belted one. That thing is awesome. He looks like a lightweight bear. His freshness and youthfulness from his head, an exotic look up high. Was his skull as stout as our champion? No, it wasn't. Is he as manly as our champion up high? No, he's not. But he's got that same silhouette and build. The young lady's hog there on the far side, the wider belted one, it made him look just a bit different. He's just a little bit longer body than the others, and I don't call that a bad thing. He runs uphill. He's wide at the top of his blade. He's really rolled up and square in his back. His hip maybe not blend just quite as good as a couple of the others right in there. The way he goes out, probably so he doesn't bounce just quite as well when we pull off to the side from a height to length ratio, but I think his top line is still accurate, right? I think his rectangularness and squareness, and he brings an exotic look to the table. Ultimately, we're talking about extras, width, shape, squareness, and power. He's my second favorite, the wide belted hog in the middle. Congratulations.
Reserve breed champion goes to 158. Cass Downs, champion 4H. I need James McDonald into the arena. And Liam Washer, exhibit 155, to the holding area. Out of class 3, I need 149, Mia Bodner, to the holding area. Matt, as he makes those selections, I need the back tag numbers. $187 was third in the sale. I need 192 John Harrison into the arena. 184 Harper Hagler to the holding area. $135 Nikki Roan, she's fourth Hamp in the sale. I need exhibit 141 Camden Small into the arena. 138 Addison Washer to the holding area. $164 just went number 5 Hamp in the sale. That's James McDonald, Montgomery Jr. FFA. I need 155 Liam Washer into the arena. 162 Bo McCabe to the holding area. $141 Camden Small, Montgomery FFA, the 6 Hamp in the sale. I need 138 Addison Washer into the arena. 139 Wade Wells to the holding area.
Are you doing okay?
So far.
Walker?
192.
Harrison, 192.
He's number 7.
Yes. John Harrison.
192 John Harrison, champion 4H, just went 7. I need 184 Harper Hagler into the arena. 188 Reagan Hebner to the holding area. Exhibit 154, Colton Sal, Splendora Junior FFA, discipline number 8. I need 149, Mia Bodner into the arena. 144, Angela Zachary to the holding area.
When we first started this thing,
This will be for number 9.
the number of the one you need in the ring.
Back tag number, the one I need in the ring, is 149, Mia Bodner.
She's coming through the gate.
Then 144, Angela Zachary should be moving to the holding area.
Harper Hagler. 9.
Number 9 went to exhibit 184, Harper Hagler, West Fort Junior FFA. I need 188, Reagan Hebner into the arena. 191, Max Wolf to the holding area.
This side. Spot number 10. One 172. Here's Rylan Carter.
$172 just went number 10. That's Rylan Carter, New Caney FFA. I need 176, Carson Foster into the arena. 181, Lillian Harrison to the holding area.
Okay.
138. That was number 11, right?
Yes, sir. 138 is Addison Washer.
138 just went number 11. That's Addison Washer, Magnolia West FFA. I need 139, Wade Wells into the arena. 140, Luke Patton to the holding area.
This will be the last guarantee spot.
This is our 12th selection. This will be the last guaranteed spot. Then we will select 3 alternates.
Carson.
176.
176.
176, Carson Foster just went number 12. I need 181, Lillian Harrison into the arena. 183, Kay Raimondo to the holding area.
There comes little Pearl. 181.
Exhibit 181, Lillian Harrison just went first alternate. I need 183, Kay Raimondo into the arena. 169, Bella Tallarico to the holding area.
Huh? I don't know, but
What is it?
he said, how'd that woman get in here? I said, I don't know, but she come walking in here like she knew everybody. Girl said some dad cussed her out a while ago because she was asking to clear the aisles. Cheryl, Colby.
Looking for exhibitor 183, Kay Raimondo, Montgomery FFA. You need in the holding area, and you need into the arena. 169, Bella Tallarico to the holding area.
He's coming. He was sitting there pen back there, not paying attention. Mr. Terry. Second off. $139. 2, 3.
139.
Wade Wells.
Second alternate just went to exhibitor 139, Wade Wells, Splendor FFA. I need 140, Luke Patton into the arena. All hams left in the holding area or released back to the barn. $133, Milo Wagner, Magnolia, 4H. Just went third alternate. With that, we'll clear the arena. Cross exhibitors, just stay in your pens for right now. We'll taking a small break, then we'll come back and I'll call for Class 1 of Cross. While we're taking this break, I'll remind everyone, if you made the sale or you're an alternate with your Barrow, you will need to be at a sales meeting about 15 minutes after the conclusion of the show this afternoon. After we select a champion or reserve champion of the show, we will have a junior showmanship, then a senior showmanship. After the two showmanship classes, we'll wait about 15 minutes. We'll call everybody back to the arena for a sales meeting. If you made the sale with your Barrow or you're an alternate, you have to attend that sales meeting. All right, market bear exhibitors. Class 1 cross, be moving to the holding area. Class 1 cross, exhibitor 193 through 207. Class 1 cross, you need to be in the holding area. Exhibitor of 193 is Garrett Carr, Lake Creek, FFA. 194, Mason Hebner, Champion 4-H. 195, Crow Kelly, Splendora, FFA. 196, Bailey Joe Hill, Porter Jr., FFA. 197, Jessica Elder, Oak Ridge, FFA. 198, Aubrey Ferris, Magnolia West, FFA. 199, Sophia Avia, The Woodlands, FFA. 200, Ranger Rutherford, Champion 4-H. 201, Ella Brown, Willis, FFA. 202, Zachary Mueller, Splendora, FFA. 203, Brady Lowry, Magnolia, FFA. 204, Jesus Contreras Marino, College Park, FFA. 205, Stetson McKinley, Lake Creek Jr., FFA. 206, Ashton Hunger, The Woodlands, FFA. And 207, Allison Trujillo, Oak Ridge, FFA. There will be 15 bearers in this class.
1 2 test 1 2 test 1 2. Good job. Test 1 2 test 1 2. Shall I start auctioneering?
Do it.
I can't auction. Wish I could.
Last call, class 6. Last call,
Yeah,
class
right.
6.
Testing 1, 2.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2 test. I reached out.
I guess. Maybe hold it up. But
It's not as close.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Eat it. Okay.
get into these bigger classes and these crossbreds. We're going to kind of maybe pin back top 10 or so, and we'll excuse the rest and rework back down through. We'll try to stay as methodic and on pace as we can. Always a big class, so quality's going to be good, so we'll try to keep it at pace, but we'll also try to give everybody a good fair look and an honest evaluation here. A couple neat ones still out here. The calico, it's going to excuse a little bit more moderate and quick and typing kind for my taste, but I certainly appreciate the bone intensity that one brings to the table. Long one right here that comes out next. Square hip, square hind leg. Just need to bring that one back together. Add some more groceries. Calico just needs to move just a bit better. Give these kiddos a round of applause as they head on back when we work through the top end of this particular drive.
Class 2, cross. Move to the holding area, please. Class 2, cross. Move to the holding area.
good way to start here in our crossbred division and drive. And when we get into these lightweights, we've got some scale and some size with hogs that need more weight and go to be proportional. And then we got some hogs down the line that are really quick and they're type in kind and trying to come and totals out from that standpoint. And I think two hogs that build off pretty similar. This hog right here is just so much bolder in his forerib and in body composition and type in kind. And he is maybe on the borderline of from a scale standpoint, but I still think everything fits and goes where we're at. And he just had too much in terms of spread width and dimension and just too much quality. Still has some extension up front, big square pin set, big square hind leg. We would trim him up just a bit to maybe proportion him just a shot better off to the side in terms of where we're at from a weight. Pull a little bit of belly off of him to make him just ideal. But man, that thing got a lot of quality, lots and lots of good. Like so much about the young man's bear that's going out in two. That is a high-headed, stout mug, big-chested rascal that it ties together incredibly well off to the side. That thing is bold coming in at you, bold going away from you. I need to stouten his mug up just a bit, and then when you get inside of him internally, he just wants to flatten just a little bit too much right there in his forerib and body shape, especially compared to the one that wins. You may say, hey, this one's got better days ahead of him relative to the hog that wins, and when he gets to 265, 70, he may be the better hog, but we got to judge him kind of today how they come. But man, I like where this thing could go with another 20 or 30 pounds. There's lots of quality laid into that one. Black Bear just sorts himself up on quality. I mean, he's heavy duty and dense in his bone work. He's awesome in his rib and body shape, big and bold and spread up high, big pin set, square hind leg. Again, I'd like to dress him up a bit with the suntan and just darken his hide and skin and hair. That's not totally what gets him beat. You'd rock his blade back at him just ever so slightly and then just freshen him in terms of elevation and look up front. But man, that's a stout rascal to land in three. Young lady's doing a really good job with him. Blue Bear brings some really unique exotic pieces. If we could blend and balance this rascal together just a bit better, we could get real amped up on him and run him and compete with that top pair. Coming right at us, he's got to be better in his knee. Going right away, I think I need to blend his hip just a shot better. But man, I love this thing's jawline, his skull, his mug, his sharpness. He is as edged up and square as you can get up high. Big old massive hip laid into him in terms of upper pin set and squareness. He's right there on the edge and behind. He gets a little more lethargic in his step because he's so bold going away. But there's some really exotic, neat things to get and talk about that one. We just got to blend it and balance it together all the way through to move up any higher. Young man's doing a whale of a job. That's a really neat bear to land 3 or 4 in this particular class. Hog that comes out next, probably pattern similar to our second place hog in this particular drive. He just doesn't have near as much in terms of shape and muscle. Gets even flatter in terms of his body shape and capacity. Do like his look and build when we get off to the side. His step's good. Just got to dense it and stouten him up to move up any higher. We come on down the line here and get into some hogs that we fall out just a bit. This is a bigger scale type of hog that's got a unique look and build off to the side. He's got some scale and size relative to a couple right in behind him that are just too quick for my personal taste and kind. He just needs more. He needs more muscle and shape. Needs a shot more bone and feature. But man, we like his build and proportion. We pull off to the side. There's still some quality there. Get into a pair of them here and really next 3 or so. They're just too little, too moderate and quick in their overall type and kind for me. I got to lengthen them out of their step, lengthen them out of either end of their skeletons to move them up any higher. Still quality in terms of bone, boldness, and feature. Just get a little quicker made. Nice class, good class winner. Congratulations.
Results of Class 1 Cross. First place goes to 202, Zachary Mueller, Splendora, FFA. Second was 193, Garrett Carr, Lake Creek, FFA. Third was 207, Allison Trujillo, Oak Ridge, FFA. Fourth was 205, Stetson McKinley, Lake Creek Jr., FFA. Fifth was 197, Jessica Elder, Oak Ridge, FFA. Sixth was 203, Braley Lowry, Magnolia, FFA. Seventh was 195, Croy Kelly, Splendora, FFA. Eighth was 194, Mason Hebner, Champion 4H. Ninth was 200, Ranger Rutherford, Champion 4H. And 10th was 206, Ashton Hunger, The Woodlands, FFA. This is Class 2. Exhibitor 208 through 225. Exhibitor 208, Jewel Desai Porter, FFA. 209, Hannah Pitcock, Magnolia, FFA. 210, Madison Lightfoot, Champion 4-H. 211, Revan Mosley, Montgomery Jr., FFA. 212, Brody Willis, Splendora, FFA. 213, Dash Benson, Montgomery Jr., FFA. 214, Mackenzie Cash, Willis, FFA. 215, Colt Ramos, Willis, 4-H. 216, Hayden Johnson, Porter, FFA. 217, Aaron Harris, Splendora, FFA. 218, Carter Green, Splendora, FFA. 219, Riley Fortunato, Magnolia, 4-H. 220, Blaine Wynn, Lake Creek Jr., FFA. 221, Skylar Johnson, Magnolia West, FFA. 222, Kendall Gillard, Champion 4-H. 223, Tate Pavlock, Oak Ridge, FFA. 224, Preston Rutherford, Splendora, FFA. 225, Charles Olivas, The Woodlands, FFA. There are 18 bulls in this class.
we're going to another deep, good, high-quality class. We're going to roll with 10. Young man's here. White's marked. One gets close. Just needs a little more bone and feature. Young man's kind of chromed up where they're across the middle of the ring. Flattens a little bit too much on his front foot. We got a couple others coming across here. They just need more in terms of muscle composition and extras. Can tweak a few others in terms of skeletal correctness standpoint. Good top 10 to work back through. Give these kiddos a big round of applause. They head on back for bringing a project.
Class 3 cross, you need to be in the holding area. Class 3 cross in the holding area.
Well, real good class, and I think an exciting class winner. This one rocked me back pretty good when he come through the sorting pen and comes back out here and equally does. I'm not going to tell you he's the neatest, tidiest necked one we've seen all day, but I don't know if we've seen one as bold-chested and is brought up high and everything just fits and blends and molds together. Get in behind him. He's got a big square pin set, square hind leg. I just like the way this thing balances and proportions. She's got him dressed up and dialed out. He just fits the mold. I think everything fits from a body composition, weight, scale, size, where we're at. I like that one a good deal to land and win this particular class. Young lady's Black Hog that comes out next best just in terms of feature and bone and boldness. He gets a little rounder out of his hip structure for me, but I thought height to length ratio is ideal. He's good in terms of his rib and body composition, skull and shape, and just shape to his jawline is good and ideal. Just got to tweak and rechange him out of those rear 1/3. Ran into a horse and ahead of him to land to the second in this particular drive. Hog that's coming out next, another one. You like a lot of basic things that he does. You pull off to the side, he gives you a neat look and build off to the side. I think he's really fresh and good right there in terms of his cavity. He's good and bold on the top side of his skeleton. Square hip, square hind leg. I need to make him bolder at his chest coming right at us, strengthen his front foot, and just make him a little more exotic in his overall look and stoutness and tidiness from there. But that's a really good, foundationally solid type of hog to land 3 in this particular drive. Young lady that comes out next, another one, that's a rolled up backed one that's got some extra shape and muscle. For me, he just gets too constrained off either end of his skeleton. He's a little straighter out of his front shoulder, a little straighter out of his rear leg assembly. I like so much about him when you get inside of him internally in terms of his spread up high, his body shape and cavity in the midsection, mid-body. We just need to allow him to travel out with a shot more authority to move up any higher in this particular drive and class. I'd like to, this hog here looks like a Midwest hog, to be quite frank and honest. He's really good in terms of his rib and body cavity. He's good in terms of his bone and feature. He's just really basic. He just doesn't blend and tie together quite as good when we pull off to the side. He's stout in his mug. He just needs to have a more exotic look about him through his front 1/3. I need to blend and pull him together when we pull off to the side. He's a simple meat and potatoes kind of bearer that does a lot of good solid things right. You want to see fundamentally done well within a show bearer, but we got to pull him together, make him more proportional, make him more exotic and unique out through his front end assembly. But still, that thing does lots and lots of has lots of value in terms of his fundamental correctness, his skeleton and build. I wish we could just get a little better look on this black bear. And that's not to knock on the young man. He's doing a great job as best he can to get this thing. We just can never really get his head assembled to fit right on his body to see where we're at and see how everything blends and comes together. With that said, he's not as bold and dense in terms of his bone work. He's not as bold in his chest relative to those couple up ahead of him, but he's good in terms of his basics and fundamentals in terms of body shape. He blends and balances well together. Good hip and hind leg. We just got to see more of him to make a decision what we can do with him moving up any higher. Another one similar to a hog that was just a couple spots ahead of him that gets a little out of whack in terms of his balance and build off to the side. He's tall-shouldered. He gets a little sway back, but he gets a little up in his loin. I like his bone work. I like his athleticism and his reach. Get on top of him. He flattens a little bit in his muscle. Too crusty neck and just gets too planed out in his cheek and the exoticness of his look up front. But man, still a hog that's got bone, feature, some basics and fundamentals to him. Another hog, we just need to allow him to reach and flex. I need to extend him out of his hip, extend him out of his front end, gets a little straighter out of his shoulder. He is rolled up in his back. He's short-bodied. He's wide-backed in terms of where he's at from a squareness or rectangularness standpoint. We just got to extend him either way, make him more comfortable, and stouten up his bone and feature to match some of those things. Really good class winner. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results, Class 2 cross, First place goes to 221, Skylar Johnson, Magnolia West, FFA. Second goes 217, Aaron Harris, Splendora, FFA. Third was 208, Jewel Doucet, Porter, FFA. Fourth was 214, Mackenzie Cash, Willis, FFA. Fifth was 220, Blaine Wins, Lake Creek Jr., FFA. Sixth was 213, Dash Benson, Montgomery Jr., FFA. Seventh was 224, Preston Rutherford, Splendora, FFA. Eighth was 209, Hannah Pitcock, Magnolia, FFA. Ninth was 210, Madison Lightfoot, Champion 4-H. And 10th was 218, Carter Green, Splendora, FFA. This will be Class 3 cross. There'll be 19 bearers in the class. Exhibitor 226, Ashton Van Arnsdale, New Caney, FFA. 227, Mackenzie Rotramel, Willis, 4-H. 228, Kenley Coates, Splendora, FFA. 229, Trevor Harney, Splendora, 4-H. 230, Braden Don Juan, Porter, FFA. 231, Jackson Streams, Magnolia, FFA. 232, Sonora Imhoff, Montgomery, FFA. 233, Elizabeth Tallarico, Splendora Jr., FFA. 234, Bailey Traylor, Willis, FFA. 235, Kendall Rigsby, Willis, FFA. 236, Lane Schuler, Splendora Jr., FFA. 237, Isabella LaFair, Splendora Jr., FFA. 238, Mallory Demmer, Magnolia West, FFA. 239, Saul Reyes, Splendora 4-H. 240, Caden McLaughlin, Magnolia West Jr., FFA. 241, Cutter Williamson, Splendora Jr., FFA. 242, Emily Bagwell, Caney Creek, FFA. 243, Nate Berrigan, Willis Jr., FFA. And 244, Lila Philpott, Oak Ridge, FFA.
Again, big class. We're gonna keep back 10 and sort through some of these. And I got a couple close ones. Young man right here's got one that's got a neat build and look to the side. Just runs out of bone and feature. Young man in the blue checker down there. That's a stouty that's just too lethargic in his step, and they got a couple here. One need to blend a little better. One that's packing some muscle and body composition and shape. We just need to make him a little more exotic in his overall type and kind. Nice class of these things where we work your top end. Give these kids a big round of applause as they head on back.
Class 4 cross, be moving to the holding area. Class 4 cross, come to the holding area.
another good class to sort through. Top end quality's good, and I think when we finally kind of get settled in and get a game plan here on this rascal, I know he's a little bit of a knothead to show with it. He's one that's hit all over the place, and it takes a second to just let him settle out. I think he's really the logical place to start in this particular drive. He's stout in his mug. He's big in his arm. He has got a ton of spread when you get on the top side of that one skeleton. He's bulled back. He's fresh in his shape. He's got a huge hip, square hind leg. Everything fits and bolds and blends. Looks like a really good crossbred bear to win this particular drive. Young lady that comes out next, one that's really, really big in terms of body cavity. I again would probably pull some fill off of this rascal just to allow him to blend and bounce from the side just a skosh better for me. His front arm's not as stout and aggressive as our class winner. He gets just a little snipier about his mug relative to our class winner. Again, though, a one that's bulled back. He's got spread, dimension, big square pin set, square hind leg that functions, reaches, and goes. Again, if we can just tuck his belly and underline up just a little bit, allow him to blend and balance a shot better. Ultimately, still need to stouten his arm, stouten his skull up to match our class winner, but really high quality one to land into. Young man's hog that comes out three, another bigger scale type hog that's super elevated, runs uphill. He's got a good silhouette. We pull off to the side, and like some that get this size and scale and kind of have that elevation, he gets just a little straighter up front. I think his angulation's still pretty good for where we're at in height to shoulder, but at times he just wants to get a little straighter in his step. Ultimately, he comes in at his chest and knee too much, and then just flattens in terms of power and stoutness relative to those two up ahead of him, but comparatively into those ones behind him, he's got plenty there. Ultimately, his bone feature and stoutness doesn't match. Didn't think he'd blend and balance because of the extra scale with some of those extra features that he needs to come together, but still a very high quality type of hog to land three in this particular drive. Lots of good and value laid into that one. Another one gets a little cheeky for me and a little crusty in terms of his neck and a little chipmunky in terms of his jaw and cheek and his head carriage. If we can just freshen him up and really just put a new head carriage on him from their back, there's a lot to get excited about this guy. He's got some spread and dimension. He's got some raw shape laid into him. Pin set's good. Hip and hind leg goes and functions. Another really good, solid, foundational type of hog. I just got to make him more exotic in his overall look. Step's good. Athleticism's good. But we got to have that to move up any higher in this competitive class. Young lady that comes out with the wide belted one that comes next. Another type of one. You like his elevation and build when he get off to the side, but ultimately flattens too much for me. He's the most base narrow when we come in terms of his at the top side of his spread. He narrows the most and flattens the most in terms of his forerib and body shape. Again, draws up an awesome pattern, awesome silhouette, good hip and hind leg, runs out of gas in terms of his front foot and arm, and needing more spread and dimension up high there. Here comes a blue-eyed bear. If we can rock his blade back a little bit, allow him to be more consistent in his front step off his front end work, we can talk some things and hopefully move him up a little bit. He's hairy, he's shaggy, he's stout, he's got a big pin set, square hind leg, another one that flattens just a bit in terms of his body cavity and body shape, kind of reassemble his front end, and then we can talk some things because he's certainly got some unique exotic pieces laid into him nonetheless. Come out with another one here next that just doesn't kind of piece together and bounce for me off to the side, doesn't tie out of the top side of his blade quite accurately, gets a little short stepping and round and steep out of his rump, got a big stout hind leg, he's got a big back rolled up into him, still lots of positive, lots of quality laid into that hog. I just got to allow him to lengthen out on either end of his skeleton and go with a little more aggressive authority as he steps and reaches out. Really nice class, good ones coming down the line. We just got to make better in some areas. High quality on the top end. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results, Class 3 Cross. First place goes to 233, Elizabeth Tallarico, Splendora Jr. FFA. Second goes to 234, Bailey Traylor, Willis FFA. Third goes to 240, Caden McLaughlin, Magnolia West Jr. FFA. Fourth was 236, Lane Schuler, Splendora Jr. FFA. Fifth was 232, Sonora Imhoff, Montgomery FFA. Sixth was 241, Cutter Williamson, Splendora Jr. FFA. Seventh was 228, Kenley Coates, Splendora FFA. Eighth was 244, Lila Philpont, Oak Ridge FFA. Ninth was 226, Ashton Van Arsdale. New Caney, FFA. And 10th was 227, Mackenzie Rotramel, Willis 4-H. This is Class 4 cross. Exhibitor number 245 through 264. There are 20 bearers in this class. Exhibitor 245 is Rue Kelly, Splendora FFA. 246, James Sessom, Splendora FFA. 247, Porter Beakley, Willis FFA. 248, Janae Ramirez, Magnolia West FFA. 249, Daniel Ghost, Splendora FFA. 250, Zaylee Overall, Splendora FFA. 251, Cadence Wagner, Caney Creek FFA. 252, Tyler Odom, Splendora FFA. 253, Lily Wade, Magnolia FFA. 254, Ava Malik, Trails End 4-H. 255, Madison Lynch, Splendora Junior FFA. 256, Madison Richards, Splendora Junior FFA. 257, Taylor Johnson, The Woodlands FFA. 258, Madison Moyer, The Woodlands FFA. 259, Delaney Miller, Caney Creek FFA. 260, Faith Bailey, Splendora FFA. 261, Roddy Honey, Willis FFA. 262, Mason Herbert, Willis FFA. 263, Colin Roberts, Grand Oaks FFA. And 264, Aubrey Sherrill, Grand Oaks FFA.
Again, a bigger class. We got 10 of these things pulled back, and we'll work and sort through, and certainly going to be a challenging class to sort through and see what we got. Still some hogs with some basic quality out here. Black hog just needs some more bone and feature. Blue hog's rugged and stout. Just need to fix some things skeletally. Blue hog here, same deal. Rugged, stout, just kind of blown gland and hurting a little bit ouchie up front. Give these kiddos a big round of applause as they head on back for coming out and exhibiting today.
Well, like I mentioned, when we sorted some out there, challenging class to kind of sort and put together and cipher through. And I think a logical place to start, the one that has the most show pig quality in terms of extras, density, skull shape's good, is looking built off to the side, is solid from that aspect, rolls up into a good big back laid into him, upper pin set's good, pushes his left hock and right hock just ever so slightly, but I thought relative to the rest of what we got in this class, I just think his extras of bone and density, his proportionality when he pull off to the side, all those fit and match at a very high level, like him to sort and win this particular class and drive. The hog that comes out in two, he certainly gives up a little in terms of feature relative to the one in front and behind him, but I thought especially relative to the one right in behind him, he's got a stronger front foot, he's got a bigger chest, he's got a more exotic look up front. Get on top of him, and the rascal's got some shape and squareness. Pin set is good, squareness of hind legs good. Again, paints an awesome good silhouette off to the side. We just like to stouten and dense him up just a bit. I think he's deceivingly bolder in his cage than what he looked when to get off to the side of him. Nice solid place to land two in this particular drive. Again, a hog that comes with a little bigger rear leg than the hog that goes right in front of him. One that probably doesn't elevate quite as much as that hog that goes out in two. Get off to the side, and he's got goodness in terms of his rib and body cage. Flattens in terms of his front foot, concaves a bit coming at you in terms of his chest floor. And again, snipier in his skull and jawline, gets a little throatier in his cheek, just doesn't give us that exceptional look we're looking for when we get off to the side. Still like some things about him. Again, big hind leg that function and reaches, good in terms of his body cavity and shape. He's bowled up high, just kind of fix some minor places on him to move up any higher in this particular drive-in class. Another nice mare that comes out in terms of paints a good picture. We get off to the side. He's as elegant as anything in terms of the front one-third of his body cavity assembly to be that high-headed, and carriage, his shoulder angulation sits at him really good. He's got a good functional hip and hind leg. He just simply runs out of horsepower for us in this class in terms of feature, in terms of spread, and internal dimension all the way through, but a really solid, good type of hog to land fourth in this drive. The hog coming out next is one that probably gives us a little more in terms of just overall width and power, in terms of the top side of his spread and shape. He's fighting probably some water in his ear, throws him off just a little bit, but ultimately his demise is we get in behind him, he pushes and bows out too much for me, then he get up front, his front foot wants to sit and crash down and twist in just a little bit. I bet this thing was a really exotic, unique little baby pig that just everything didn't cooperate skeletally as he grew up higher, because there's some really intriguing, neat things and aspects about him. He's got the sharpest jawline into him. He's got an awesome back shape laid into him. I love his color pattern. If his skeleton could just have cooperated through his growth pattern, this one's running up towards the top and competing farther into the day potentially, because he's got as much exotic pieces laid into him. His skeleton just doesn't comprehend the rest of what the good lays into him to move, for me to justify moving him up any higher, but there's certainly lots of quality laid into hog to lane 5 in this particular drive. We go 6 through down through 10, and we just got to be better. We just got to be stouter. We got to be better skeletally, skin and hair presentation across the board. We got pigs that still have value in terms of boldness and maybe body cavity and some muscle, but we just got to, from a show ring presentation look and all that, we've just got to simply be better. Nice class, good class winner. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Class 5 cross, you need to be in the holding area. Class 5 cross, you need to be in the holding area. Results of Class 4. First place goes 249, Daniel Ghost, Splendora, FFA. Second goes to 257, Taylor Johnson, the Woodlands, FFA. Third goes to 246, James Sessom, Splendora, FFA. Fourth goes to 245, Rue Kelly, Splendora, FFA. Fifth goes 260, Faith Bailey, Splendora, FFA. Sixth goes 255, Madison Lynch, Splendora Jr., FFA. Seventh goes 252, Tyler Odom, Splendora, FFA. Eighth goes 250, Zadie Overall, Splendora, FFA. Ninth goes 248, Janae Ramirez, Magnolia West, FFA. 10th goes 251, Cadence Wagnon, Caney Creek, FFA. This will be Class 5 cross. We'll have 22 bearers in the class. Exhibit number 265, Landon Martinez, Willis, 4H. 266, Logan Carr, Lake Creek, FFA. 267, Emory Hamilton, Splendora, 4H. 268, Zale Wilhoit, Willis, 4H. 269, Taylor Simmons, Willis, 4H. 270, Autumn Muirhead, Wagon Wheel, 4H. 271, Grace Hassel, Magnolia West, FFA. 272, Caitlin Wiggins, Magnolia Junior, FFA. 273, Cole Gorman, Grand Oaks Junior, FFA. 274, Abigail West, Wagon Wheel, 4H. 275, Cherish Reeves, Splendora, FFA. 276, Hadley Woodson, Woodlands Junior, FFA. 277, Mason Phillips, Montgomery, FFA. 278, Ashley German, Grand Oaks, FFA. 279, Gavin Jefferson, New Caney Junior, FFA. 280, Zoe Ballard, Lake Creek, FFA. 281, Case Martinez, Willis, 4H. 282, Jackson McCarty, New Caney Junior, FFA. 283, Harley Crittenden, Willis, FFA. 284, Emma Craney, Splendora, FFA. 285, Kirsten Miller, Oak Ridge, FFA. And 286, Dylan Bailey, Splendora, FFA. This will be first call, Class 6. First call, Class 6. Start moving towards the holding area.
I'm just going to send an email to your CEO. Hey, when you give me this email address, I don't see it on your website. My name is Greg Novak. I work for the Montgomery County Fair Association, and he's actually my in-law's neighbor in New Waverly. My mother-in-law gave me his name and company name. I was going to email him about possibly attending one of our sales to introduce myself, but I didn't have a phone number or email. That'd be great. What is your email? B-A-R-R-I-L-L-E-A-U-S-U-S-A. Get that to you in a minute. I'll write you the email what the purpose of it is. First of all, I want to introduce myself, but secondly, just because of the connection with my in-laws. I'm over all the auctions out here at the fair with kicked off today and trying to always find new buyers, and if there's a connection there because he's into horses and ag, and just thought I would make the invitation, extend the invitation. No, I can only imagine. I'll do it. Thank you, Amanda. Bye-bye. That's all I've been doing the last 2 weeks. Tell me something. You would know this. Why did East County create their own state? Is there a story there, or is it just something somebody did, or group?
No, they always thought that they were mistreated differently over here. The people who started it originally.
The people started over there.
The people who started East Yeah, they thought that their kids weren't getting a fair shake this year or something. So they golf, and that's whenever that's when Will Silas was still the commissioner. So he built a park over there and started having his own show.
It's a full. I mean, they have carnival and everything.
Yeah, and, I haven't been over there in years, but I've only actually been to the fair once or twice.
The reason I asked you that question because it's now since I've been doing these auctions, it's kind of come into focus for me that my business was calling people. I mean, that's the only way you get business in the banking business. And Terry, last year I called for a week. I take the Chamber of Commerce website, get members, and I just dialing for dollars as I call it. Zero. Nobody. Now, you talk to a lot of people, they'll talk to you, but they're thinking when I say Montgomery County Fair, they think it's East Montgomery County Fair. And they said, oh, yeah, we're all about supporting the kids. And I said, well, just to clarify, this is in Conroe. Oh, no, sir, we support them here locally. And I said, well, is there a particular reason why? Well,
Class 6.
Class 6, cross. You need to move to the holding area. Class 6, cross. Come to the holding area.
Again, another big class. We'll kind of resort through our top 10 here, and we're getting into some heavier weights, and we certainly start sorting out some problem areas and stuff on hogs, and maybe some bone starts to go away from them, doesn't quite match in terms of where the rest are at composition. We've got some bigger framed hogs that just need more body composition. Skeletons falling apart on a few of them here. Still quality in terms of rib and body shape, and still is some highly presented type of hogs out here. If you would, give these kids a big round of applause as they came and exhibited their hogs at the Montgomery County Fair here this year. Good job.
First thing I'm asking, how hard is it to turn that off?
Class 6, we're looking for exhibitor 300, Billy Benson, into the holding area.
Good class here, and we've got the top trio are really kind of three different types and kinds, if you want to say, in terms of we got a stout powerhouse, we've got a sharp looking one. Is it dense enough? And then we got a white one that probably combines those two in the best form and fashion. And I'll be the first to admit I'd love to pull him apart right there in his chest floor, make him just a shot wider right there. But I thought in terms of his proportionality, you pull off to the side, his height to length ratio is absolutely ideal. He's fuzzy, he's hairy, he's got a big square hip, a square hind leg, still functions good enough. I love his head and jawline, his ear set, everything he's got working there. His front arm works, his front shoulder assembly works. He just fits and proportions together extremely well in this particular setting and drive. The hog that comes out in two, for me, just as we go, and even off the initial sort and setting, he certainly gives up some in terms of arm size and foot and feature. He just, for me, from a skeletal correctness standpoint, from a front foot comfortability, from a rear leg assembly comfortability, and then he's just tidier about the way he comes about the front 1/3 of his body. He's fresher and sharper up front. He's still got good turn and cage to the top side of his body shape and cavity. Big pin set, square hind leg. Yeah, we'd like to densen his arm up just a bit, but I think from his proportions, his look, his build, and his sharpness and freshness, he need to land two in this particular driving class. Anybody ringside can see, hey, this is the powerhouse of the class, right? Dense, heavy-duty rascal. For me, he's just a little quicker and rounder in his overall type and kind. He comes out of the initial sort gate, kind of stumbled off his front foot and didn't know if he got a bad trip out. Kind of did it again when he came out of the sorting panel, and that's where he's at. His front feet are twisted in. They're a little flatter. He handles it through the drive pretty good, but he still just doesn't take the fluid step that you'd like. And then he's right there on the edge from behind. He's got a lot of horsepower, so you don't expect him to be just bulletproof hind-legged. He's still square there. I just got to fix his problem, his maturity, his look and tidiness up front, his front foot, and just the way he goes out. But you got to appreciate, the density he brings, the power that he brings, and the skin and hair texture that he brings. My hat's off to the young lady for hanging in there on one, that certainly is close to blowing up on us, and she's kept him in the drive this long, so my hat's off to her on that. Another one that comes out, he just runs out of gas relative to those three right up ahead of him. We like his proportionality and his look off to the side. He draws a good picture in silhouette. He just doesn't have enough horsepower. We get right on top of him. We need more spread. Internally, we need more dimension, and then stouten him up at the surface. But, man, athleticism and skeleton, you can push and go and plan all day with that one. Really, just a really solid type of hog to lane fourth in this particular driving class. Come out in one that's fit, that probably does have a shot more punch in terms of muscle and extras. He just doesn't handle his rear leg assembly good enough for me relative to that one right up ahead of him. If we can allow that one to plant and reach and flex just a shot better, we can certainly look to move him up because he does have more spread. He does have more dimension and power throughout. We just got to allow him to go just a shot better. Similar can be said for the young man's here. I like a lot of things about this hog. He just need to punch down and be more comfortable in his loin edge, gets up in his loin a little bit and throws things off just a shot. I like his density and his toughness and his ruggedness that he brings to the table. He's not as sharp in his edge, not as sharp and tidy about the front 1/3 of his body, and then he just doesn't plant and go quite good enough because of where he's at in his loin edge from there. If we can punch that down, relax him, man, I like a lot of things about him. He's big-armed, he's stout, he's dense, he's tough-made. We just got to tweak some things from there. Get on down the line here. We get some hogs that just run out of quality in terms of extras of bone and feature. Look up front. Just tweak some things here and there. Good class winner. Congratulations, those kids.
Results of Class 5 cross. First place goes 276. Hadley Woodson, the Woodlands Junior FFA. Second was 269. Taylor Simmons Willis 4H. Third was 280. Zoe Ballard, Lake Creek FFA. Fourth was 285. Kirsten Miller, Oak Ridge FFA. Fifth was 284. Emma Craney, Splendora FFA. Sixth was 282. Jackson McCarty, New Caney Jr. FFA. Seventh was 265. Landon Martinez, Willis 4H. Eighth was 272. Caitlin Wiggins, Magnolia Jr. FFA. Ninth was 277. Mason Phillips, Montgomery FFA. 10th was 267. Emery Hamilton, Splendora 4H. This will be Class 6 coming into the arena.
We think what happened, he's been turning it off. Thank you.
Testing 1, 2. Class 6 cross. Exhibit numbers 287 through 306. There'll be 20 barrows in the class. 287 is Maya Chapa, New Caney Jr. FFA. 288, McKenna Hunter, Fern Feathers 4H. 289, Zayden Ballard, Lake Creek FFA. 290, Travis Longoria, Magnolia Jr. FFA. 291, Hayden Gorman, Grand Oaks FFA. 292, Phoebe Thacker, Caney Creek FFA. 293, Brooks McKinley, Porter Jr. FFA. 294, Madison Culp, Willis FFA. 295, Casey Ward, Lake Creek FFA. 296, Remy Wolf, Champion 4H. 297, Brooke Alford, Oak Ridge FFA. 298, Cash Wilson, Willis 4H. 299, Katie Ann Beck, Splendora Jr. FFA. 300, Billy Benson, Montgomery Jr. FFA. 301, Cole Bowman, Montgomery Dobbin 4H. 302, Lucas Berrigan, Willis Jr. FFA. 303, Jackson Peters, Magnolia West FFA. 304, Cody Wilson, Willis 4H. 305, Madison Batts, Willis 4H. 306, Paisley McKenzie. Evening Star 4-H.
So I guess we think.
First call, Class 7, come to the holding area. First call, Class 7, move to the holding area.
Again, we'll excuse some of these and get back through your top 10 in this particular driving class. Depth and quality looks to be exceptionally good here on the top end this particular drive. It's excited to dig into them things. We've got a few of these out here. Like I said, we're getting the heavier weights, and so we start showing some age a bit and some maturity. And hey, we may be growing out of bone a bit in a few places, or we're just drying out in terms of our composition and freshness all the way throughout. Still some high quality individuals out here. Kids have worked hard all winter to get these pigs to this point. Give a big round of applause for bringing their pigs out and exhibiting at the fair this year. Good class, real good class. Top 4 or 5 in this class has been as good as we've had here in the last hour or so for sure. And it's fun to sort and evaluate. We certainly got some differences in type and kind, and I still think the one I feel most comfortable with. He doesn't have it as an exotic a piece or two as the one that lands in 2, but I'm more comfortable with this thing in his chest and in his skull and just his body composition. I think at a heavier weight, I really like the way his frame and his body and it just everything fits. I think his fill is ideal. Like he's not too shallow, he's not too deep, and just his balance is exceptionally good. Is he as exotic hind-legged as the hog that goes in 2? I don't know if there's many bears in the country that have as big exotic hind leg as the bear that goes in 2, but I do think this thing fits and blends and comes together in a more proportional package. Like I said, he's just fresh, he's youthful, he's right. He's not just necessarily out there anywhere, especially from a bone work standpoint, but man, that's a very good high caliber bear to win the class here. Like that one, a good deal. The hog that comes out in 2, certainly the initial sort on him is his front chest and his skull is a little snipey when he comes at you, and we didn't get a good trip coming out the gate out there, but when she gets him out here and finally he cooperates and we get him collected and pull off to the side, that thing's bigger in some areas. There is absolutely no doubt about it. That's a player in some spots at the majors. His height to length ratio is absolutely ideal. His hip and hind leg is it's an anomaly. It can function, it can reach, it's right, it's correct, it can plant and go. I just got to make him where he's stouter in his skull work, he's better in his chest and knee coming right at you, and then our fill line probably could be just tidied up just a little bit to make him not look just as perfect and balances just a bit better from the side. I mean, ultimately, we got to get a better drive and trip out of him to make this thing just a shot more competitive on that top pair, but that thing has got some outlying pieces. There's no doubt about it. The hog that comes out in 3, that thing's tall-shouldered, plants a really good silhouette off to the side. For as much as he runs uphill, his shoulder assembly is set into him extremely well. He's bold-chested, his skull shape is great, everything fits really good. He runs out just a bit in terms of bone work and feature. Ultimately, for me, amongst the top 3, he's as wide and bold spread as any. He's not near as comfortable in the long stepping as those 2 right up ahead of him, and he pushes just a bit when we get in behind him. But man, they've got that thing maxed out. He's big-chested, he's wide and bold on the top side of the skeleton. Young lady's done a phenomenal job. Hats off to her. They probably didn't load up to come to the county fair to lay in 3rd with one like that, but that's a really good pair right up ahead of it. A more basic type of hog that comes out next. He gives up some in chest, he gives up some in that spread dimension up high. But man, I like when we pull off to the side of this one. His head and jawline and skull and ear set is absolutely ideal. I love the way he ties and blends on the top side of the shoulder blade and the look that he gives us. He plants with a really good square hip and hind leg. Internally, he runs out of gas just a bit, flattens just a shot in terms of his forward and body shape. His spread does not match those quite right up ahead of him, but man, that's been awfully critical on probably his high caliber 4th place hog that we've had in this setting. He's got a better hip and hind leg than the one that goes out in front of him. Ultimately, for me, he needs more spread up high. He needs more coming right at us to power up to match up with those up ahead of him. But that, like I said, as good of a 4th place hog as we've seen all day in a very high caliber, good type of class. Here comes another one. You like his skull shape, you like his density of hind leg, he plants into it. Again, body composition, feel, all that fits and matches. I'd like to rock his blade back into him just ever so slightly if we could. I think that'd allow him to balance just a little bit better. And this hog just looks drier about his skin and hair texture and probably just doesn't match up from an exotic standpoint in a big ring show setting with these others, and doesn't have the uniqueness as he hits the ring as those others. He does a lot of basics right, his build's right. Again, in terms of his hind leg assembly, we just need a few more exotic look and elevation about him up front. We need to make him stouter in his foot and forearm, and then like ultimately I said, rock him back in his blade just a bit. Again, high caliber 5th place bear that's done a lot of good and quality. Here's one that obviously gets a little lethargic
lethargic on us. He's got the extras. There's no doubt about it. He's a little puffy everywhere in terms of his joint work, in terms of his body and his cheek and jaw. If we could just tidy him up all the way throughout. Again, another one that's got some really far-reaching type of pieces. Just doesn't get comfortable for us out here in the ring and setting. But man, they've done a great job getting his spread right. He's got tons of capacity and cavity, lots of horsepower working in that thing. We got to make him bigger in his type and kind and just extend them out or make him more far-reaching off either end of the skeleton. But certainly a lot to talk about in a sixth-place hog there nonetheless. Another really good type of basic and good built type of hog. Hogs, we probably need more hogs like this across the country. Most county fairs that bottom out the end are not near good enough because this is just a good quality, solid, I'd say good type of county fair hog that's going to have somebody a good project, doesn't get out of bounds, makes it to the show, they have a good solid experience. He doesn't have enough gas in the tank in terms of foot bone and feature and horsepower. He's exotic looking and has a neat look on the front end of his skeleton. Just got to stouten him up and make him more exotic in some areas to run at the horses that are up ahead of him. But that's a very high quality, good solid type of pig nonetheless. Coming down the line here, still quality. We got to change some things from a skeletal correctness standpoint, open up a chest on one, allow one to reach a little better on the other, and then we kind of just need to slow down and gather up on the last one around and out. Good class, really neat class winner, top 2 or 3 in this particular drive. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results of Class 6. First place goes to exhibitor 293, Brooks McKinley, Porter Jr., FFA. Second goes to exhibitor 300, Billy Benson, Montgomery Jr., FFA. Third was 296, Remy Wolf, champion 4H. Fourth, 297, Brooke Alford, Oak Ridge, FFA. Fifth, 299, Katie Ann Beck, Splendora Jr., FFA. Sixth was 303, Jackson Peters, Magnolia West, FFA. Seventh was 292, Phoebe Thacker, Caney Creek, FFA. Eighth was 288, McKenna Hunter, Firm Feathers, 4H. Ninth was 301, Cole Bowman, Montgomery Dobbin, 4H. And 10th was exhibitor 305, Madison Batts, Willis, 4H. This is Class 7 Cross. We'll have 18 bearers in this class. Exhibitor number 307, Owen Long, champion 4H. 308, Madison Kazuk, champion 4H. 309, Raleigh Ruffin, Lake Creek Jr., FFA. 310, Eli Redwine, Montgomery Dobbin, 4H. 311, Caleb Howard, Lake Creek, FFA. 312, Madison Boatman, Willis, FFA. 313, Sophia Hernandez, Montgomery, FFA. 314, Kendall Phillips, Montgomery, FFA. 315, Leslie Johnson, Willis, FFA. 316, Colt McCabe, New Caney Jr., FFA. 317, Brentley Rodriguez, Lake Creek, FFA. 318, Tice Imhoff, champion 4H. 319, Sophia Edwards, Willis, FFA. 320, Jordan Snyder, New Caney, FFA. 321, Courtney Haywood, Willis, 4H. 322, Sierra Ramirez, Caney Creek, FFA. 323 is Mina Rodriguez, College Park, FFA. And 324, Ty Martin, Willis, 4H.
Well, as we get into the last class of the day, we're in these upper heavies here, and we've got some bigger frame hogs that are just dried out, and some hogs that are just past 12 o'clock and trying to hold everything together. There's a stoutie on the far side that was probably really good 30 pounds ago, and now his front feet are getting ouchy, and he's just past 12 o'clock on us. A couple others that just dry out just a bit on us. Nice class of these things where we work your top end and get through this. If you would, give these kiddos a big, big round of applause for coming on out and exhibiting here at the fair this year.
Attention cross exhibitors. If you were first or second place in class 1 through 6, come back to the holding area. I need the first and second place from each class 1 through 6, and cross to come back to the holding area.
At least I made one popular decision on the day. That's great. Sounds like we're in Louisiana. No, I appreciate y'all's enthusiasm throughout the day. Just kids catching pins, kids getting sixth in class. Back up where we're from, you get sixth in class, they're probably throwing something on the judge, and y'all are excited about it because you may have a shot at say or whatnot. And so it's been a pleasure all day today sorting through these things. Very, very good play here on the top end, and I like both of these things for different reasons and some different areas, and so you got to make some critical decisions when you get back in here. I do think the one in terms of height to length ratio and true proportionality of where everything fits in terms of appropriate length of body and just get on top of this thing, and his upper cage and spread is so good. I think where he excelled the other one in terms of out of his hip and hind leg is truly out of his hind leg. His flex and reach is better. I think the hog in 2 gets a little rigid out of his rear hock. This one does give up a bit in terms of his front arm. I think their chest is pretty similar. We'll call that a wash. I just thought this hog was more comfortable throughout the drive. I know the hog in 2 acting like he's got something in his ear or something. I'm not going to punish the kid for that. I've been trying to give every benefit of the doubt on that range. Just truly breaking down skeletons. Rear leg assembly. I thought upper spread is pretty equivalent. I just thought that hog was a shot more proportional. We get off to the side. I just thought where he's at from his rear ankle and true flex and reach was ideal. I do like this thing. Skull shape and front arm assembly better than the hog that we go out and lean. They got his back just absolutely rolled up into him beautifully. His skin and hair texture is dead on right. Like I said, if you get into this thing and you really start breaking him down, I just don't think his rear ankle assembly and pastern set is truly appropriate. Hard to read through the shavings at times. I bet when you get this thing out on concrete, he wants to pop his rear pastern like a fat steer at times. And I'm being awfully critical on a really good pig because I like so much about this thing. He's dense, he's rugged, he's tough. I'm just very, very small things breaking down between 2 very nice animals. So congratulations to both of them. Young man's been working his tail off. Obviously the crinkled ear bears fighting shaving or something in his ear. Like I said, I'm not punishing him for that, throwing him a second because of that. Just truly breaking them things down, and that's where we set our priorities and we're going to rock and roll at in this particular setting. A really nice one that comes out in 3, and early in the day he certainly probably wins some classes. Height to length ratio is dead on ideal. I think his proportions are really good. He doesn't do anything exotic enough in this particular class relative to those 2 up ahead of him. I think his bone matches and fits, his look fits. It's just not extra in any way relative to those 2 right up ahead of him. Everything fits, bows, and molds together exceptionally well. Good pig, just need more exoticness out of his rear leg and assembly, his front arm and feature, and then just his back's probably not rolled up as much as the heart 1 and 2. He's just not as dense and flexible and loose out of his rear leg as the 1 and 1. But man, that's a very, very high caliber hog to land 3 in this particular drive in class. Young lady's done a really good job of this one. He's been a little bit of a knucklehead, fighting the whip just a bit here and wanting to back up and on her, but she stayed with him and worked her way up into 4th in this particular drive in class. This thing's just bold. I mean, he's bold and dense and rugged throughout. Really big rib and body cavity. We'd certainly like to see him, get out and drive and not be knucklehead like he's doing right now. Ultimately, we got to lengthen him out of his hip, lengthen him out of his neck, and reach at his front end. Gets a little rounder in his overall muscle pattern and type and kind, but there's still good and value in this thing in terms of his forehead, his body cavity, and the extras it brings to the table. I thought the hog that comes out next in 5, he just gets too plain and nondescript in his muscle for me. If we could have sharpened this one up high in his shape and sharpened it up front just a shot, his skeleton certainly could have handled it. With that said, we could also tidy up his lower line a bit just too. He's got a little bit extra feel that throws his balance off just a bit for me, I think. But man, I think basics and fundamentals are really good. Hip and hind leg top Barrow. He's bold and spread up high. We just got to make it more descriptive on the top side of his muscle